Christophe Landry is a native of New Iberia, Louisiana, go Southwest Louisiana, and a ninth generation Louisiana Creole. Pardon me. He made Creole history, genealogy, and Louisiana language. This made for him activism a natural fit for him. He studied Francophone studies, German, and history at the University of Louisiana Lafayette, and obtained a doctorate in American history at the University of Sussex, focusing on the bifurcation of Louisiana Creoles in the 20th century. He has taught both French and Kurivini, Louisiana languages, in high school, universities, and online. And I want you to pay special attention to what he says about Kurivini as a language here in Louisiana. In 2015, he co-authored an orthography for Kurivini with other Louisiana Creoles. In 2018, he published the world's first maps in the language. He currently leads the Latin American and German research team at Ancestry, and he's going to say a lot about Ancestry.com, so make sure you have your notes out. He lives in Los Angeles and serves on various organizational boards and councils, including the Creole Heritage Center at Northwestern State in Natchitoches. If you're ready, we're ready to hear Christophe Landry being interviewed by Fatima Sheikh.
Hello, everyone. Today we're speaking with Christophe Landry. Welcome, Christophe, to the Louisiana Creole Research Association's 20th Annual Conference. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah, we're really glad. So I'd like to start off by letting you tell us a little bit about what you do at Ancestry and how long you've been there, a little bit about your organization.
Yeah, I've been here 5.5 years, almost 6 years now. I lead the Latin American research team as well as German researchers. So my team's responsible for all the research on Latin America, also Italy, France, Spain, Portugal, and the German-speaking world. So we do research for law firms, we do research for individuals, we do research for TV shows. So, we cover the gamut. Yeah, 5.5 years, almost 6 years, and it's been an interesting journey. A lot of the research we do, many parallels with Louisiana. The Louisiana research tend to come to my team too, not just because I'm from Louisiana, but also because Noah, one of the researchers on my team, is a specialist of African American. So we have both the Creole scholar in Cajun and Acadian on one team, as well as an African American researcher. So we cover Louisiana pretty well with the team. Yeah.
That sounds great. I should ask you, tell us a little bit about your roots in Louisiana. You're probably related to half the people in the Louisiana Creole.
That's right. Yeah, I'm at least 9 generations Creole in Louisiana, unbroken pattern. So my family goes back to the founders of Mobile, New Orleans as well, some of the early settlements in Missouri and Illinois also. So deep colonial roots. Which, right, it does mean that I'm probably related to most most people, Black and white and mixed and Native American, in Louisiana. So it's a little bit tough because everyone's your cousin and, hey, cuz, can you do me a favor?
I'll bet you have a lot of cousins listening right now. Can you throw out a few names? What are, you probably have hundreds of names, right? I mean, thousands of names, maybe.
Yeah, Landry, Vavasse, Neveu, nephew is how folks say it in English, Rochon, Pratt, Wilkes, Chrétien, the list goes on.
And that's just 19th century, right? We haven't even gone back, right?
That's 21st century. Destrehan is a big one, for the folks who are in New Orleans. Right. So just through the Destrahans, I probably branch out to, McCarty is another one. These are all very common surnames that folks that are in New Orleans have to run up against at some point.
I'm sure we all do, right? Now tell me, what about ancestry? How does ancestry work these days? I think when it started off, how long ago did ancestry start out?
Over
A couple
20
of
years
decades.
ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it was at the beginning of, the sort of popular in the sense of most people outside the profession doing it, um hobbyists.
yeah.
And it's been, over 20 years. And so now it's morphed into something very different. It's morphed into a machine, like a global machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just about, we have 30 billion records on Ancestry, 30
Yeah,
billion records on
yeah,
Ancestry.
that's
So it's
amazing.
not just, for the bread and butter is for family historians, for hobbyists, but also for professionals as well, but not just, also for academics.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of material that's on the website that's useful for legal scholars, for historians as well. There's a professor at LSU actually who has studied
Yeah.
incarceration in
Mm-hmm.
Louisiana, and the prison records that are in Louisiana State and some others, they're on Ancestry. So it's really useful for sort of a wide range of professionals, but also hobbyists who work on genealogy. And then, of course, there's DNA. The
Right.
DNA is, what attracts probably a good number of the supporters that we have. They're interested in determining where their family came from, what their ethnicity estimates are, and the matches, the match list. I always tell people follow the matches. The matches. Maury Povich said years ago, Dana don't lie, and Dana does not lie. We lied, and we tell the clerks and the priests what to put on paper, but the DNA could, and often does say something very different. So, DNA is probably the biggest thing that's attracting folks to Ancestry these days. But once you get to the DNA, you can't make sense of the DNA without the records. You still have to have the records to understand the patterns and where people were living, how they maybe met one another so that, a child could be born, and
Mm-hmm.
things like that. So you have to use them, and we always use them in tandem.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I think that the history, for me, the history is really important. I used
yeah,
Ancestry a lot just to see where people were living. Like I said,
yeah,
see where people were living, who was living next to them, and how that may have created a world for them in some way. So for
yeah,
fiction writers and historians, it really
that's
helps.
right.
So what would you say are the best practices for somebody who is starting out and is approaching Ancestry? Where would they go first? Would they do the DNA first? Would they go to the historical records, local record? What would they do first?
Well, I will say this: you on Ancestry, you can open separate accounts. You can start out with
Mm.
DNA, but that doesn't give you access to the records.
Okay.
So I would say if someone is taking a DNA test because they're curious about matches, then definitely you need to also have the subscription to the records.
Hmm.
You could use, it depends on where your family is from. You could use just the US package, or you could use the international package. Many Creoles have to, reach across borders, whether it's Canada, Cuba, Mexico, France, Spain, on and on and on. So the international package is really important for that because you cannot see records outside the US if it's just the US package you have
Right.
for your subscription. So that's important. Um, but start with the DNA. Okay, that's cool. And then start with what you know for the tree.
Hmm.
Start with yourself, then add your parents, and add some dates in some places as best you know.
Hmm.
Your grandparents, your aunts, your uncles. And then at some point, you're going to realize that maybe your aunt who's living next door is not really your aunt. She's, like your mom's first cousin, or not a family member at all. These things are really fun. But start from what you know, and then branch off. And then along the way, you'll start receiving tree hints. The little green leaf in the corner of the person's name in your tree. And that's going to be an indication that the algorithm has detected that there's someone with the same sort of characteristics in the system, and you need to review it because it may or may not be your ancestors. So it could be a census record, it could be, I don't know, city directory, it could be a baptism, something like that. You must review those though. Don't just accept all the hints that you see for Fatima Sheikh. You review each one, make sure. Oh yeah, that's me. I was definitely living in, I don't know, New Orleans in whatever year. That one's not me, and so you click, that it doesn't apply, and then you move on. So review, review, review. That's
Let me
really
ask you something about that. Would this come up in the historical part, or would it come up with the DNA?
that's going to be with the record side.
Okay, that's the
The
record
record
side.
side.
Oh,
Yeah, on
so
the
we'll
record
give you
side.
hints in the record side. If you put your family tree in there, it will,
Yes.
you would have to put your family tree onto Ancestry though.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah. So when you're building out your tree, you're adding the names to it. Initially, as soon as you add them, there may not be any hints, but it just takes the algorithm time to like find, the
Yeah.
the sequence of the name or the location with the name, and then send you hints. And the hints could be really, really voluminous. I mean, they could go on and on and on,
Mhm.
depending on how long documented history is in that particular place. So it could be, many, many hints. But yeah, that's on the record side. On the DNA side, you won't see hints, but you will see your origins, which we used to call ethnicity. So
Mhm.
origins, then you'll see the DNA matches, uh, and then you'll see traits, and these other features. But really, for the person who's trying to understand their specific family's trajectory, roots, ROUTES and
Yeah.
ROTS, the ethnicity component, and then the DNA matches is where you want to start out.
Mhm. And what about the more sophisticated genealogist, somebody who has done all of that?
Yes.
Where are some of the surprising places they should go?
There's a new feature on Ancestry released this year where, so with DNA matches, we used to just list the DNA matches
Mhm.
and provide like an estimated relationship. And the relationships are estimated because the amount of DNA that two individuals share, that could be between an uncle and a niece, or that could be between a half uncle and something. So the relationships aren't defined by how much DNA is shared. That we have to make sense of based on what we know and through
Okay.
research or family.
Hmm.
Um, but now there's a new feature this year, which is a game changer
Yeah.
for the advanced genealogist, and it's that you can in your match list, you look at your match list, but you can now see how any two other matches that are in your match list are related to each other.
Oh.
And this is a game changer because, as it turns out, many people who do ancestry DNA will create a very small tree in a free subscription, right?
Hmm.
And they don't
Right.
go any further because it costs too much money, understandable,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
So you can't learn, or the tree is private. So you
Right.
can't learn much of anything based on their tree. And what if you have like your strongest matches in the most recent generations? You have 10 of them, and none of them have trees, or you can't see the trees, right?
Right.
But with this new technology, it will give you a predicted relationship between two other DNA matches, so you can say, oh, they're siblings, and it
Hmm.
may be that one of them has like a public tree with itty bitty amounts of information that we could use to, extrapolate and understand. Oh, okay, so these people are coming from the Landry side of the family. They were in St. Martinville versus, some other branch that they could be related to.
Now, how does that, I'm just as a former journalist or as a journalist, I'm curious about the privacy issue. Does
Yeah.
that mean that people have to say that I want my DNA to be public, or does Ancestry just sort of do it and then you have to ask the person whether they want to connect?
Yeah, it's all every DNA test you have to decide whether or not you want your DNA, what level of privacy you want, whether or not you want your match list to be public, not public in the sense that everyone on the street can see it. Only your
Okay.
matches can see it.
Okay.
Okay. And with this new technology, we don't really have insight into their full sort of DNA picture. We are only seeing what the DNA predicted relationship is between that person and another match. But they're all matches with you too, right?
Okay. Okay. Right.
They're
Got it.
all your matches, right?
Got
So
it.
you're
Got it.
comparing two of your matches with each other to determine what the relationship is between them.
Got it. So, like in Louisiana, you may have cousins on one side and then cousins on the other side, and you find out that they're not really cousins,
That's
right?
right. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Which I think happens a lot in Louisiana, right? We're
Yes.
double cousins and triple cousins. um, Let me ask you this: from the data that Ancestry is collecting, have you found any things that you can say about Louisiana Creoles? Are there any trends or routes or RUTES that are particular to Louisiana Creoles?
Yeah, so much so that there are DNA communities that are,
Okay.
for Creoles. This
Mm-hmm.
started some years ago. We have, I think, three that are specifically referred to as Creole communities in Louisiana. And then we have some related ones that are labeled Acadian, or French settlers or something like that. And the way that we come up with the communities is based on the DNA. So this is a DNA community
Okay.
for
Mm-hmm.
viewers.
Right.
Based on the pattern of the markers in the people taking the test and the public trees,
Right. Okay.
we can say, okay, so all these people who are forming a cluster, looking at the public trees, they have roots in France, they have roots in Cuba, they have roots in, West Africa, like this, and this is how we come up with the DNA communities.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the subsequent information that's included in those communities for folks to look at. So, there are clear patterns. Of course, it is true that not all Creoles descend from Europeans, not all Creoles descend from Africans, not all
Right.
Creole, and then there are Creoles who descend from both.
Right.
And so it the communities are not race-based.
Mm-hmm.
The communities include people of all sorts of different racial identities and roots, continental roots. But the pattern is that these people are intermarrying over time.
Oh.
So it may not be that two Black Creoles who have no European ancestors descend from Europeans, but one of the sisters may have married someone who descends from Europeans. And so you'll have a situation where, the nieces and the nephews descend from Europeans and West Africans, but your children may only descend from West Africans, you see.
Right. Right. So why are there? So are these more like families then, or are
These are
they?
families, yeah.
So
These
they're
are,
family groups, basically, right?
yep,
They're
yep.
basically family groups. So when you say you have three of them, maybe these are three sort of major family groups.
Yes, and they're kind of regional, but there are more. There are more.
Hmm.
I'd say there are probably 7 to 10 just for Louisiana.
Really?
And yeah, because then you have Northern Louisiana has its own DNA communities, and it's probably shared with Arkansas and parts of Texas and Mississippi and Tennessee. The border states, and then
Right.
Central Louisiana has its own pattern. The immigration is a little bit different there too. There were Dutch that settled in Alexandria, and so that's very distinct from the Anglo British component, in northern central, other parts of central Louisiana. So there are several DNA communities for Louisiana, but you're absolutely right. If you think of it in terms of like large family, extended families, that is exactly what it is, because all those people in that group share genealogy in some way, directly or indirectly, with one another.
Hmm. Okay. When you do an ancestry DNA test, how many generations are we talking about?
Yeah, okay, I'll say this. The autosomal DNA, which is what Ancestry, 23andMe, and some other, the technology used to determine origins
Hmm.
or ethnicity,
Hmm.
that is within, like autosomal DNA. That goes back only 400 years or so. So
Oh,
we're
okay.
talking, 10 to 15 generations
Hmm.
of people. It's not that deep.
Hmm.
But there are other DNA tests that are much deeper, thousands of years of unbroken pattern, but it's only on the direct mother or father's line. It excludes everybody else in between. And those are the paternal Y-DNA tests and the maternal mitochondrial DNA tests.
Hmm.
Um, Ancestry doesn't offer that product, but Family Tree DNA does. I think MyHeritage does as well. There's some other commercial companies out there that do, um, and it's useful too because um, let's say that you're trying to figure out like an unknown father or an unknown mother, on the direct line, like your
Right.
great grandfather, right? Like no idea who he was, no records say identify him by name. We have some, family stories, whatever. You're not sure, and it's further back than this, like it's 6, 7 generations
Yeah.
back or something like that.
Hmm.
That's harder to do through autosomal DNA match listing, but it's potentially easier if you do the Y-DNA test, the paternal Y-DNA test, because when you take it, and it has to be a male to take this
Right.
test, right? Because
Oh, right. Okay.
males don't inherit the Y-DNA, but males inherit Y and maternal
Hmm.
mitochondria. Um, so when the male takes the test, Family Tree DNA will also offer you matches, and all those matches share common paternal ancestors with you at some point. The
Hmm.
website won't say your shared paternal ancestor is this person. You have to correspond with the DNA matches to figure that out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And that
Now,
works for maternal and paternal.
and maternal, now let me ask you just, are we all going to go back to Africa? Does it go all the way back to our first female and our first male?
Um, it would if everybody in the world took the test. So it only shows you the people that have taken the test, and that's the same is true for Ancestry and all the rest of it. So folks, you understand the limitations and the possibilities of research in DNA, right? It's only as good as the number of people who have tested.
We think of North Louisiana as being more Anglo and Southern Louisiana being more Latin, European, and
Yeah.
African. Is that
Yeah.
true?
Yes, that's absolutely true. And it's all in the settlement patterns. Of course, Monroe was, Fort Monroe during the Spanish colonial period, but really the development of northern Louisiana came after the Louisiana Purchase. That was when, Americans came in groves with, their money to cultivate, a whole bunch of land that was just sitting there.
Right.
Whereas those Creole populations had been in their specific regions of the state already for at least 100 years. 1699 is when the first permanent settlement started, but it depended on where in Louisiana. So yes, North Louisiana, Central Louisiana, and most of the Florida parishes were settled by English-speaking Protestants, and then you get small communities of Creoles, like in Natchitoches Parish, who are Catholic and speak, Romance languages. And then South Louisiana is predominantly, Catholic and French speaking and Creole speaking, and some sprinkles of Spanish as well. That's all true. Yeah, it's demonstrated in the records. It's demonstrated in the lived culture in those regions. It speaks for itself. Even when you go there today, you can hear the difference. And the food's different.
Yeah.
Like the food's good in Central and North Louisiana, but it's not gumbo, etouffee, tamales and stuff.
This is true. Now, I'm going to ask you another question because you're Corivini, and we didn't even speak about Corivini. But when you
Uh-huh.
say you can hear the difference in the talk,
Yeah.
how many speakers? I know you're very active in Corivini, and tell people what it is and why you became active in that.
Yeah, Corivini is just the term that one of the terms we use for Creole language in Louisiana. We popularized it more recently. It had been used by people who spoke French to distinguish actually French from Creole
Hmm.
because the verb to go in French is aller, and the
Hmm.
verb to come in French is venir.
Right.
But in Creole, it's courir,
Uh-huh.
venir.
Right. Right.
And so they say, oh, they talk that Mokurito Vini stuff. So they came up with this, sort of like expression to show the distinction between the two languages. But we popularized it more recently because there's a lot of confusion out there about what's French, what's Creole, and to sort of disambiguate that, we chose Kurivini to because there's no confusion about what Kurivini
Right.
is
Right.
in relationship to French. So, but it's an old language. It's a new language born in Louisiana.
Hmm.
It wasn't imported from Haiti or any place else.
Hmm.
It goes, their records as far back as the 1740s, 1750s. So we're
Wow.
talking about one, two generations removed from when the first slaves arrived in Louisiana, 1719, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So like first generation actual Creoles, the
Right.
first generation of Creoles. So that early we start to see the blossoming of a new language.
Hmm.
And then by the end of that century, it was a full-fledged language that very specific people spoke, and there were others who understood it, but it was not mutually intelligible with French. And so you needed interpreters and things like that
Yeah.
if there were legal situations that you needed to have a witness brought in to testify for.
Yeah.
So it's been written also for a long time. I would say the heyday of its writing was in the 19th century, and that's in newspapers. Of course, newspapers were TV back then.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's where
Yeah.
all the novels, they would have their drips and drops of chapters from novels, or the columns and the series and serials and things. And sometimes we find entire columns and stories and poems and songs and in Kurivini.
That
So
is
folks,
interesting. Yeah.
yeah, it's absolutely fascinating, and it's shared. Sometimes it's published in newspapers like in New Orleans or in St. Martinville or in St. James Parish or in Point Coupé Parish, but then it's like shared through the Associated Press kind of
Uh,
throughout the other French-speaking, Creole-speaking areas in the state. So you see it pretty much in all those newspapers that are in French throughout Louisiana in the 19th century. Really amazing. So all you people who are saying this language is only spoken, it's never
I'm
been
one of them.
written, stop trying to make it formal. It's capable of having its own literature, right? So
Yeah.
that in itself merits distinction as a language, as it should be. There are about we don't really know how many speakers because of the nomenclature issue.
Hmm. Hmm.
There probably are somewhere less than 10,000 speakers, whether bilingual, and very few monolingual speakers left today. The vast upwards of 90% or bilingual with English. Some of them also speak French,
Hmm.
so trilingual,
Yeah.
but less than 10,000, I would say.
I have a few questions from our viewers that they sent in advance, and I have two actually from Madeline Jackson. I'm going to start off with the first one because she said that her family came from the Schmidts in Hanville. So why we may not know so much about the Schmidts in Hanville. How can she go to a small place like that? How would she begin her research to get all the way back to a place that where the records are not sort of as out there as in Orleans Parish, for example?
Yeah, I'd say the best place is the clerk of court's office,
Hmm.
because a plantation is property, right? And you want to
Right.
follow the chain of ownership. That's going to let you know straight away who has been involved both at the business level, but also maybe workers, people who worked on the plantation. Maybe there are vestiges of agreements out there someplace. If it's a big plantation, they tended to keep their own booking, their own account records, and things like that. And some of that has been donated to universities like LSU, Tulane, UL Lafayette. And there you can go and you can consult the account books with receipts and, like, I gave so and so tenant former this amount for in exchange for labor or whatever it was. The Freedmen's Bureau records sometimes also can provide this information, but don't expect there to be volumes and volumes and volumes on Creoles in the
Hmm.
Freedmen's Bureau records. There's an interesting letter that one of the assistant marshals wrote to DC about this situation, that in the Creole parishes, in his experience, the Creoles were against them.
Oh.
And it was often the priest, the parish priest, who was from France or French speaking from somewhere Canada, who led the pack. So as a result, we don't see nearly as many records for Creoles in the Freedmen's Bureau records in Louisiana as we do in the English-speaking Protestant parishes in Louisiana. But nevertheless, there still are records, the bank records, or there we see pretty good number of Creoles in there, and on and on and on. So start with the clerk of court's office, the conveyance books. That's a good place, especially if you're trying to find out if the owner of the plantation sold a parcel or part of the land to someone you know or in your family. That's where that would be recorded, whether or not it's in the conveyance book or in the notarial acts. If the notary submitted his or her books to the parish judge, they're going to be recorded there in volumes of books. And they're public record. Anyone
Okay.
can walk in, request to see them. And usually they're just like out there in books, and you could just walk up and view them yourself. You don't have to explain anything to anyone, but their clerks are there to help if you need.
And are most of these records, do you think, are they digitized or microfilm, or are we looking at the actual paper books?
You're looking at the paper books, and most of them are what the WPA created in the 1920s, 30s, I think it was, where they went to the different parishes and took the original ledgers and then did copies of those. And those are the bound books that we tend to see. But they are open, those books, you can actually open them, feel them, smell them. They're old too. They're
Yeah.
not from 1760, but they're pretty old. So the more recent records are, I think, in most of the clerk of court offices in Louisiana, digitized.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
we're talking about 20 and 21st century records, and not all the different, because there are many, many, many different types of records that the clerk has in each of the parishes. But you'll find like conveyances, which is like what we call deeds in Louisiana, the sale of something. You'll find conveyances, you'll find donations, you'll find maybe even marriages, civil marriages in those. And I forget the name of there's a statewide website that all the clerks send those records to, and so you pay a fee, and
Mhm.
then you can access them. But the older ones, which are the ones that most people are interested in,
Right.
they're not digitized.
Right, right. And what about church records? How would they, because you're saying if there were civil marriages, well, in some places or among this group of people, there may be church marriages, but they may have been illegal civilly, right?
Yes, and yes, yes, exactly. That's a good. That's a very good point. Because if you're talking about marriages, across the races, so to
Right.
speak, which was legal in Louisiana from 1868 or 1869 through 1910.
Huh.
They
Hmm.
were legal during that
Hmm.
period.
Hmm.
So that's
Hmm.
Reconstruction plus the beginning of Jim Crow.
Yeah.
And it was only illegalized because there was a marriage in New Orleans with two Plaquemines Parish Creoles, one white, one octoroon, as they.
Right.
This is the first time you see it in, like a legal record in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Octoroon, we think of William Faulkner and, like
Yeah.
all these other people
Yeah. Yeah.
who talk about the octoroons. But yeah, um, there were marriages when they were illegal at the civil level, but also the Catholic Church. Anyone can go, as long as you were a Catholic, at least one of the parties were Catholic, then you can marry in the Catholic Church, and it's recorded just like everybody else. We hear myth about, the backyard marriage. You go to the priest's house at 9 o'clock at night and nobody's around, and he marries you, doesn't put it in the book, but he gives you, like a record certificate of marriage, and bam, you're done. Uh, most of them were recorded just in the ledgers with every other marriage,
Hmm.
and that belongs to the Catholic Church. So it's not like the civil authorities could go and demand, that the Catholic Church give up their sacramental record books, like France did, right? So like in France, large number of countries in Europe, that the Catholic records were submitted to the civil authorities. They're called civil state there, état civil.
Hmm.
And so when you go to the civil registrar there, what you see in the books are in part based on the Catholic records, right?
Oh,
Because they have
yeah.
a copy of the Catholic.
Well, that brings me to actually Madeline's second question, because the Jex family comes from France.
Uh-huh.
So their origins are there. How would she go about going? So now she's got her local people and she has the international people. How would she find those records internationally? Where would she
Yeah,
start?
that's a. By the way, Madeline, you may be related to me, like everybody else.
Like we are.
We have two Jex families that married into two different branches of my family tree. The one that comes to mind first is in St. James Parish, and that particular Jex came directly from France, married a Creole. Actually, she was not Creole. Her mother married a Creole, but her father and her mother were like Anabaptists, they were called. So this is like a branch of Christianity, Protestantism that emerges and becomes really popular among German speakers, both in Europe, and then it's spread through Pennsylvania, and by extension in Louisiana we get parts of that. And so that particular the mother was from Mobile, and her first husband was a McAlpin, and so the Jacks married into this family, and then I don't know where they went from there. But if that is your family, and if your Jacks family does go back to France, France is very good. All the civil registrars in France, and those are at the so they don't have states; they have
Mhm.
departments. They're all digitized. So all you have to do is you have to figure out which department your particular Eject's ancestor comes from. And then from there, you find out where the website is for that department, and then the archives, and then the civil registration. And then you can just go by year. It's literally and it goes through, the early 20th century. Um, there usually is not an index on the website itself. The books themselves usually have indices, but
Mhm.
there isn't like a website index of all the names that are included in the records that they have. So you have to flip book by book. Um, but fortunately, there are websites like you could use Ancestry for this. Genealogy is the big one. That's like Ancestry's version in France. It's genealogy.org or net.
Spell Jeanette, please.
So it's like genie. So it's Geneanet. So it's like genia net.
Okay, thank you.
Genia in French.
Mhm.
And it's that website is just like Ancestry. You can create trees there, but importantly, their records, because they have Janaenet has a relationship with some departmental archives, so there are records, original records that have been digitized and made available on there as well. So there you could just type in someone's name and see if it pops up trees or even original records, and that'll give you a good indication where in France specifically that particular ancestor is from. There's also another website called Filet. It's spelled FILAE.com,
Mhm.
which is pretty much the same thing, but I would say it has more original records maybe than Geneanet. And again, you type in the name of the person you're looking for, and if they're born in France, you'll probably find now the spelling. That's a
Yeah,
something you'll have to deal with because
yeah.
in Louisiana it took on different spellings from what existed in France. It's something to keep in mind with respect to the borders and the ethnicity results is that um, if you're in a region of a country that is bordered by another country and there's a lot of overlap,
Mhm.
intermarrying across the border,
Right.
at the DNA level, it's very difficult to distinguish the French side versus the Italian side of the border
Sure.
um, because they're virtually the same. They speak different languages and they probably
Mhm.
see themselves one side as French, the other as Italian today, but genetically, they look very much the same. And so it's hard for a company to say. And so you'll have one year, you're Italian, the other year you're French. This is why the big one for people in Louisiana of French descent is when you descend from folks who are from northern France. Very frequently, that's coded in at least Ancestry, but also some other companies that do have French in their reference panel. It's coded as British, specifically
Ah,
Celtic.
yeah,
That's because Brittany is a Celtic part of France, and the
yeah.
Celts intermarried, whether or not it was in Wales or Scotland or Ireland. They traveled very frequently, and so again, because of that intermarriage, it's very difficult to distinguish the Welsh Celts from the French or the Portuguese or the Spanish Celts. It'll all get coded as you have to choose one. You can't just say British, French, Portuguese, like that. So
Right.
Ancestry says Welsh or Irish for the Celtic component. So keep in mind the borders. That's really, really important because it can make or break what you understand your results to be, and it could also calm, your frustrations when the results change. So
Uh,
there's a reason for it.
that is really helpful. Thank you. That was really helpful. Now I can't help but look at the map behind you, the
Yeah.
Creole world. Tell me something about this map. Where did it come from, and what is it? What are we talking about here?
Guys, this is the first map ever entirely in Kurivini.
Ah.
It's of the world in Kurivini, and
Mhm.
it's specifically highlighting all the Creole languages spoken in the world that derive in part from Romance languages, so French, Spanish, and Portuguese.
Mhm.
So you have a circle there in the Caribbean. I'd say a good tip would be to keep a journal
Mhm.
where you jot down because we come across these random things all the time when we're not looking for them.
Yeah.
And we may forget about them, right? So keep a journal, say, oh my God, like I saw this particular emancipation in St. Martin Parish in 1843. I need to come back to this record. This is where the record is. And keep doing that, right? And revisit your journal so that you can see, oh yeah, like I remember, and here's the detail on that. Otherwise, it's just going to be scatterbrain. Maybe you'll remember, maybe not.
Yeah. Well, I think that's very true because I can think of so many things I can think of all the things I've forgotten.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've given us so much to think about. I really appreciate
Good.
you helping us out like this. Wonderful way to start our conference. Thank you so much. We're starting from the basics. And we have Christophe Landry here to tell us about it. And thank you to everyone who came today. And sit tight for our next session. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, merci. Wapita.
Okay. Kathe Hambrick is the Executive Director of the Amistad Research Center located on the campus of Tulane University. She has an extensive background in the museum field, working as consultant, grant writer, curator, public historian, preservationist, author, and public speaker. What she does not know that I say about her behind her back is that she is good at what she does. She is really good at what she does. In addition to nonprofit management in the museum sector, she has worked as a consultant and researcher for documentary films for the New York Times, Disney, the BBC, the Learning Channel, and PBS. Her specialties are museum board governance, nonprofit management, interpretive planning, and program development. An expert on rural Louisiana history, she is an advocate for slave cemetery preservation. Where's Warren? Is Kathe here? Okay. And Warren is doing a lot of work on cemeteries, and descendant community engagement. Her work in community relations involves collaboration with corporations, museums, government agencies, faith-based organizations, nonprofits, scholars, and students. With her is Lisa Moore, who is head of research services and cataloger at the Amistad Research Center here in New Orleans. She was the owner of Redbone Press, publishing award-winning literature by Black gay men and lesbians for more than 25 years. She was board president of Fire and Ink, an advocacy organization for LGBTQ writers of African descent. She is currently engaged in a large family history project for the Moore Boudreaux Keenla family. Moore is a niece of Consuela Moore Provost, Sybil Keene, and copy-edited Keene's anthology, Creole, The History and Legacy of Louisiana's Free People of Color. I think she also has another pedigree here. You are the daughter of?
Deacon John.
She's the daughter of Deacon John. And so let me bring them forward for you. Welcome them, please.
It's still morning, right? Good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank LaCreole for inviting the Amistad to participate. I can remember maybe 25 years ago when LaCreole came up to the River Road African American Museum in Donaldsonville. And it's been a long journey in my life of preserving this history, Louisiana history. The River Road African American Museum is 30 years old this year. Most of you know that we opened at the Texcoco Plantation in March of 1994 before the fire destroyed that plantation, of which the A.P. Toureau family is a descendant of the Branger Toureau dynasty of plantations between Ascension and St. James. We moved to Donaldsonville in 2003 after the fire in 2002. I was asked last year, 2023, about February of 2023, by the board of the Amistad if I was interested in coming to New Orleans to become the executive director here in New Orleans. The Amistad is the largest independent repository of Black history in the world. And when I say independent, I mean that we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, just as LaCreole is. We are, as you know, the Schomburg is very, very large, worldwide collection, but the Schomburg is a part of the New York Public Library. We all know about Moreland Spingarn at Howard University, another very, very large repository of Black history, but it's a part of Howard University. The Amistad, even though we're located at Tulane, we are not a part of Tulane. So people think that we are a part of Tulane University. We get a very large stipend, I call it. We get a very small stipend from Tulane University, and we're housed there in Tilton Hall, which was their original library and their original law library. The Amistad is named after the ship that most of you know. When you see the logo, and when you see that logo from now on, I don't want you to think about it as being a slave ship. I want you to think about it as being a freedom ship. Because Simien, who helped to free those other 52 Africans from Sierra Leone, that ship was headed from Sierra Leone to Cuba, and they decided that they were going to turn that ship around and sail it back home. So it's a freedom ship, it's a liberation ship. We are named after that ship because the AMA, American Missionary Association, when the ship ended up back at port, John Quincy Adams was hired to represent those Africans. Many of you have read the story or seen the movie. And John Quincy Adams and the other lawyers were hired by the American Missionary Association, who were also an abolitionist group. We hold the original documents from the depositions, the law case, and the manifest of the Amistad ship. So that's how we got our name. The Amistad Research Center started off at Fisk University. The American Missionary Association, along with the United Church of Christ and Homeland Ministries, as you may know, helped to start many of the HBCUs here in America. So the Amistad started at Fisk University as a part of their library. Then it moved to Dillard University. Many of you may remember the days when the collection was at Dillard. It ended up in the basement of the Mint for about 10 years. Thank God there wasn't a flood there. Thank goodness they took care of the records there. There was no major incident that damaged the records while there. And in 1987, thanks to Dutch Moriel and Sybil Moriel, the collection, we were offered an opportunity to move to Tulane in that library building, which was architecturally structured to hold the stacks. So for those of you who know about libraries and archives, very, very heavy records required to be shelved. And so I want to say that it's a good thing that we are at Tulane. I think particularly in this past week, I can say that I felt relatively safe there, considering all that has happened this week and all of the attacks against libraries and archives, all of the threats that have come, threatening to destroy books, threatening to shut down libraries. I feel relatively safe this week on St. Charles Avenue. It's been my job also to educate the community about what an archives is. Most of us know what a museum is. Most everybody knows what a museum is. Most everybody knows what a library is. How many of you have had librarians in your family? You know, just about all of us had an aunt, someone in our family, in our neighborhood who was a librarian. But most of us don't, most people in general don't know the purpose of an archives. So we, unlike a museum, our mission is to preserve and protect documents and manuscripts. So we're talking about paper. Books, yes, but at the Amistad, we're also charged as a part of our mission to provide public access. So you can book or book an appointment, make an appointment to come into the archives during our opening hours, and we will put the documents, books, manuscripts, maps, and sometimes a part of our art collection out in the reading room, and you can have an intimate experience with history. So that means you get to touch and feel and smell the paper. You can sit with it as long as you like. Almost. Almost as long as you like. But anyway, so that's a little bit of background about the Amistad. I refer to my staff of archivists as scientists. They are scientists. I didn't realize that coming from the museum world, it's a science to cataloging all of those papers and documents. There's a science to knowing how to protect it if it becomes moist, if it becomes wet, if insects are chewing on it. How to protect it. We maintain climate control. We take good care of your papers and your documents of your families at the Amistad. This is our brand new brochure, hot off the press, push card. So you are the first group to actually see these. So you'll see a little bit of detail about the number of objects in our collection. And Lisa would be the person you would talk to when you call to make your appointment. I'm here to talk to you about a book that I first showed some of the LaCreole members maybe about 10 years ago. It's a binder. It's not a book yet, but it's Monde de Couleur Libre. And this is 296 pages of records from the conveyance books. You heard Mr. Landry talking about those conveyance book records. This is 296 pages of documents copied from conveyance book records in Ascension Parish. This is from the table of contents. So just look at some of those names there in some of the sections and chapters, some of the topics. You see any names that look familiar? Okay? Okay, then this is the transcription of an actual document that is from Conveyance Book number 4, page 202, about Isabel Beauregard, who was a free woman of color who actually frees an enslaved person. She was buying enslaved people, holding them in a state of indentureship, teaching them how to become laundresses, seamstresses, and then she would give them their freedom. You can see there also Villars, the genealogy of the Villars family. So this is just two examples of the 296 pages in that binder. Next. Here you can see there's a free woman of color, conveyance book number 5. I was amazed looking at these records. You know, most of us who learn about emancipation, who's the great emancipator we all learned about in high school? You know what I'm talking about? But I had no idea in Louisiana that there were people who were manumitted and emancipated before the end of the Civil War. The original document is in the Ascension Parish Courthouse on book number 5, and it says that this woman, born in New Orleans, was emancipated in 1830. In the book, we also see where people were emancipated and manumitted as far back as 1806 when the town of Donaldsonville was founded. Next. Okay, just another. So looking at, I heard Mr. Landry talking about the spelling of names. I don't need to explain that to you all. You know about the spelling of the names. But Barre, this is Pampy. You know Pampy? Okay, so this is Pampy's family, the Barras family. And so there, oh gosh, there's pages and pages of information about Charles Barre. He was a carpenter. He lived on Opelousas Street. And he too, like Isabella Beauregard, was he purchased his nephew. I know one of the documents specifically speaks to this. He purchased his nephew, held him in indentureship to teach him carpentry, and then gave him his freedom. So I said, why would someone do that? Basically because they knew that you cannot be totally free unless you're able to take care of your family. You needed to know a trade. And so that is evident in the books because you can look at the occupations that are also referenced in the documents of the free people of color who lived in Donaldsonville, and there were as many as 253 dating back to 1810. So this is the next, in that same binder where we have the records of the 1890s, this is another binder that contains the 1870 census of Ascension Parish. How many of you have seen the 1870 census from any county or parish? Yes. So what Ms. Pi Lanou did was she at one time was the president of the Ascension Parish Genealogical Society. She transcribed again from that old script the 1870 census. So again, you can see last names that you may recognize. I believe there are about 50 pages in this document that we hold in another binder. Next. So this is the binder that I'm referring to. The 1870 census and the 1890 census is in this binder. Next page. So here you can see names, you can see ages, and you see the reference to whether they were colored female, colored male, white female. You see any names there that you recognize? It's too small. Carmouche, can you maybe, second grade, can you read some of those names, Lisa? Carmouche is at the top. Okay, Carmouche, Barrett, Bro, Bernard, Mitchell, Antoine, Amato. What? Bonvillon. Barrett, Ross, Adams, Delatz, so many, yes. Kazare. Kazare is spelled many different ways. Oh my goodness. And yes, so that's an example there. This is from that conveyance records. You see the card number from the census card showing what families lived who were interviewed for that particular day that the census was taken. Oh, let's go to a next one. This is also 3rd Ward 1890 census. And what I found in my research with Karen Royal, who is the New Orleans historian for the GU 272, we know that Henry S. Johnson, who was one of the sugar planters, with James Beatty was the other one, where those enslaved people were sold by the Jesuits to Louisiana. The majority of those enslaved people ended up in Ascension Parish. About 196 of them ended up at the Chatham Plantation in Ascension Parish, and Henry S. Johnson, the sugar planter who owned that plantation, became the 5th governor of Louisiana. The money that he helped to build the Episcopal Church of Ascension with was provided from the free labor of those Africans who were purchased from the Jesuits. One of the things that I've said to Karen, and Karen is now saying back to the Jesuits and those of you who are doing research with the GU 272, don't assume that because they were Catholic priests who sold those people to Louisiana that they ended up in the Catholic Archdiocese records. They're in the Episcopal Archdiocese records. And so what we see also in Ascension Parish, if you go back, what we see also in Ascension Parish, when you look at the names of the GU 272, you see those names by the time you get to the 1870 and the 1890 census, you see those last names: Riley, Lee, Carmouche, Hill. And so we have an exhibit, the River Road African American, they, not me, because I'm at the Amistad now. They have an exhibit now in Donaldsonville at the Episcopal Church that Henry S. Johnson owned, basically owned, because he provided most of the money to build that church. There's a permanent exhibit on the GU 272 there where the names are listed of all of the people in all of the parishes. Iberville Parish, some ended up in Point Capee Parish, some ended up in Terrebonne Parish. So the GU 272 were not just in Maringouin, they ended up down the bayou and along in other plantations along the river. Next slide. So here, in that we also have maps in those books. This is just an example of the maps that shows you the wards that are referenced in the conveyance books. And I have people who have secretly slipped me these documents over the years. And I plan to turn them over to the Amistad, because I now know the difference between a museum and an archives. A museum holds generally 3D objects, artifacts, that we put on display. Curators do research. Every curator, I don't care what kind of museum, where they are in the world, must validate the information that they're using on the labels for the public to see by doing research at an archives. Museums do not have archivists generally on their staff, so who protects the paper from all of that research? So I now know that the Amistad is the best place for all of these paper documents that we've been holding in Donaldsonville. At the River Road African American Museum, the board has given us permission to turn them over to the Amistad for protection so that you can come and see them with my staff of scientists who are trained to take care of them. Next. Before I turn it over to Lisa, this is just one example of the books that we have at the Amistad. You can see that this is the Negro in Medicine in Louisiana. The authors are A.P. Turo, that's A.P. Turo Sr., and C.C. Heidel, 1935. We didn't bring this book, I don't think you did, right? She didn't bring this book, but you can come. It's on exhibit right now for Tulane's. We have open house at the Amistad today until 2:30. The Black alumni open house at Tulane University for homecoming. There are doctors and nurses who are listed in this book in 1935. I think it's almost 100 pages. I didn't know we had that many black doctors and nurses. My question, or not my question to you is, but also how many of you have ever seen a midwife's record book? Okay? Very, very rare. I would like to say if you know of a midwife, a family of a midwife from back in the day, please consider turning those record books over to the Amistad. They are valuable sources of information for genealogists. The nurses and the doctors in this book, there are photographs of them. My mother was a nurse for 50 years. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't have family members who are pictured or whose names are listed in this book. I will now turn it over to Lisa Moore, who will share some of the items that we brought from the Amistad. You're welcome at the end to come up and take a closer look, but you can spend some intimate time with the documents if you make an appointment with Lisa for later. Thank you.
This thing is on. All right. Good morning. I've never been live streamed before. All right. Yeah. Y'all are an avid woke brunch. So this book, let me backtrack. I'm the head of research services, so I help people, I provide access to the materials that we have. We have over 30,000 books in our library. We have a multi-million-dollar fine art collection. We have over 900 manuscript collections, and that means that we have organizational records for places like the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, which is a whole black farmers movement across the South. We have their records recently processed. We have the American Committee on Africa records, which is the whole anti-apartheid movement across the world, around the world. The American Missionary Association records, but we also have family papers, and we have individuals papers, meaning that all the things that you amass, correspondence, letters from friends, colleagues, photographs of yourself getting an award or your parents getting an award, birth certificates, all the things that you accumulate in a life are your papers. And so we have people that have turned over their papers for safekeeping at the Amistad, including A.P. Touro, including Harold Baptiste, including Elizabeth Catlett, the sculptor, including lots, labor leaders and union organizers and teachers and principals and Charles Rousseff and Rene Rousseff and Ferdinand Rousseff. Yeah, we have a lot of records that are not only specific to New Orleans and Louisiana because of where we're situated, but also around the world. So when Kathe says we're the largest repository that's independent, that's what she means. We have a whole lot of cool stuff. This is one of the cool things that Negroes in Medicine in Louisiana, because I stumbled over that book. I've moved away from New Orleans for 30 years and came back 5 years ago because my dad is getting older. He's 83, he's still gigging, but I live right next door to him now. And so I wanted to be closer, and I was in library school at the time at Catholic University up in D.C. So I got offered the job here, applied and offered and got accepted. And so back here in at the Amistad, I'm serving people papers. We have what's called research requests, where people are asking, do you have such and such? Do you have something, piece of correspondence from Langston Hughes in the County Cullen papers, for example? So I'll go looking through things, and I stumbled over this book and saw picture of my grandfather, who I only met twice in life, Dr. William Adams from Flint Goodrich Hospital. And he's a young man in that book. And I was like, oh my God, that's Dr. Adams, what? So that's cool. And so today I've brought some things that you might find interesting and things that I found interesting in my own family history search. And I brought these because, you're doing family histories, you're looking at the tree, right? You're trying to find who came before this person and that person, the other person. But the things that we have can help you fill in the gaps in that information. We have the Martinez Kindergarten School records, okay? This is an example of what was given to us. It's laminated in a scroll. This is 1950 to 1960, and it's a list of all the graduates from the kindergarten school during these years. And so you can come and look for people's names, which people have done. They're like, oh, wait, you have those? My uncle's in that, So you can situate people in history and with the help of some of the material that we have at the Amistad. So this will be up here on the table. When we have a break, you can come up, and you can also see me before lunch, because after lunch I have another event to go to. And I can let you look at, touch these things, especially this is laminated. You can't really mess that up. We have things like Straight College University catalogs. I brought one from 1902 from the Lucille Hutton papers. And those catalogs back then listed people's names and their addresses and what city they come from, which can be very helpful if you're looking for example, Daniel Hand Elementary School was situated on Straight College. the campus. And so these were little kids, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade. And their names and addresses are listed in here. (1902 to 1903) Straight University Catalog. Straight, yes, before Dillard. Straight. This is from Fannie C. Williams, and she gave it to Lucille Hutton. We have Fannie C. Williams's papers as well. So it tells you people who graduated from theological department, the Department of Music, who was the class of whatever. They also list the alumni of all the previous years in the very first pages. But it's very interesting just seeing people's names in here. Look, a Harriet Blanchett, 2nd year, college. College preparatory, so this was high school at Straight. And Harriet Blanchett lived at 418 North Galvez in New Iberia. So you can corroborate some of the information on your tree with some of the material that we have at the Amistad.
And so I'm going to ask that we don't handle it, but you know what we have and you can make an appointment. Ask that we don't handle it.
Yes, don't handle the materials up here, because I don't know who just put on lotion and who didn't. Don't bring your drinks up here, because I will scold you publicly. If I don't know your name, I'm going to call you out. I have a list of, a short stack of things here. The Louisiana Education Association in George Long's papers. This is the 61st annual convention in 1962. It was held at Booker T. Washington here in New Orleans. And it's the conference, the Louisiana Education Association used to be called the Louisiana Colored Teachers Association. I believe I brought one of those books as well. It's down in the box. But they would list the conference panels, kind of like here, who from what school was giving it and what they were talking about. So I found my grandmother, Hilda Gaucher Adams, giving a talk at this convention. It's pretty wild. There are also photographs of all the principals that attended these. Look at this, there's a Mr. Isidore in here. Marguerite Nims, Helen Batten at Julius Rosenwald School. Leah McKenna, Rivers Frederick Junior High School. So there's pictures of all these people. You can have that. I brought from Harold Sylvester's papers, I think this is, nope, this one is from, oh, you're gonna enjoy this. This is from Charles Roussev's papers. This is a copy of the St. Augustine High School Night from 1964. The valedictorian was Michael Saulny. My uncle Vernon Cottles won a trip to the National Science Fair in Baltimore. This is like, oh, there's my uncle. You know, this is the kind of things that happen at least once every couple of weeks. Who got scholarships in 1964? Well, Harold Sylvester. Okay, look, this is cool. The whole class of St. Augustine High School, 1964. Very cool. I think one of my other uncles, Raymond Moore, is in there. Harold Sylvester was an actor and an athlete for St. Aug, and we have his papers. Oh yeah, first black basketball player at Tulane. This one is a copy of the night from Harold Sylvester's papers, St. Augustine, 1967, and at the bottom it says, Leaders in Speech. Ooh, Michael Darnell, Raymond Diamond, Donald Sylvester, Keith Ferdinand, and Warren Bell. Pictured at the bottom. So you've been spotted in the archive. We also have material from other lands, like California. This is a newspaper called Bayou Talk, Creole and Cajun Community Newspaper. We have multiple issues of this. This is from 1980, this one's 2005, this was 1999. So you may find relatives of yours that moved out to California. And sometimes they would highlight people who had recently died, and they would say who is related to who, so that could help you in your search. I brought a couple of catalogs from Elma Moore's School of Dance, 1957 and 1953, Cecilia Haydell and Adam Haydell Jr. on the cover here, and Eileen Julian on the cover of this one. So she was my great aunt, Elma Moore Booker, and she had the first Creole dance studio, and my Aunt Connie, you all know as Sybil Kine, had the wherewithal to donate them to the Amistad. So you may see some people in there of interest. This was kind of interesting. Lucille Hutton's papers. She had a whole folder of recipes, handwritten, and it says on the folder, Mrs. Mildred Rousseff, Creole recipes from Adele Narcisse. Miss Adele M. Narcisse, 5730 Coliseum Street in Los Angeles, it says. Died 1985 in Los Angeles at age 84, but she was a retired public school teacher from Valina C. Jones. She moved to Los Angeles to live with a niece after retirement, returned to visit relatives. A sister was a nun in Holy Family Convent. Information like this could help you in your search. And then there's recipes for, handwritten. See the notes on the bottom of the envelope, Kathy says? That's the kind of information that's, it's like annotations from the person that donated the records. And so I have, shrimp jambalaya, cream white beans, crawfish bisque, mustard greens, gumbo filet, okra gumbo, okay, stuffed crab. Y'all get the idea, but recipes from an 84-year-old woman. I think I can trust her. This little artifact is a yearbook from Straight College in 1931 called The Crimson Tide. And I found, just looking for another researcher, I found a picture of Hayward Oubre, yes, from 1931, and Marjorie Weems, also relatives of mine, from doing the tree. I was like, oh, wait, I can match a picture with a name. This is amazing. So, 1931, if you could keep this with the fold. I'm coming to the end. We also have in our library, Economy Hall, Fatima Shaikh. This is our beat-up copy because it's for the reference staff, but Africans in Colonial Louisiana, Gwendolyn Midlo Hall. Creole, Sybil Kine, also our beat-up copy. We have other copies in the library that are better than that. The last two things. This is a bound volume of Louisiana Colored Teachers Association. So this is the magazine for colored teachers. This is 1947 to 1949. You can see the font. You can see this was a magazine that came once a month to teachers that were members. So this is very interesting if you had relatives who were teachers, which I think most of us do. That was the thing. And last but not least, I have bought copies of the Diocese of Baton Rouge and Archdiocese of New Orleans Catholic Church records. So I have the complete set of the red books. I brought 1889 to 1891 because my relative Jean Boudreau is in here. And also a more recent baptisms, 1901 to 1905. This is for Baton Rouge. So people that are Point Coupé Parish, you might want to come up and take a look and just look for one person's name. But we do have them. I'm creating a genealogy or family history center, not center, but list of records that could be helpful for you. And ultimately, here, I have a handout, if y'all want to take one whenever you come up. list of resources. This is not everything. Mind you, we have over 900 collections, but these are things that are pertinent to Louisiana and New Orleans, people's family papers that we have, and hopefully it could be helpful to you. So if you want access to these things, you need to call or email me for an appointment, and we ask for appointments because half of our collections are stored at an off-site facility. We don't have the space to house everything in the building that we're in Tulane. So we have a question. Yes? My email address is lmoore, M-O-O-R-E, the number 10, at tulane.edu. You're welcome. And the phone number is 504-862-3217. You're welcome. That number will get you to the reference desk, and one of our staff members will likely take a message because I am the reference department right now. I'm hiring 2 people right now. So we're waiting on the second interview and the third for one other person. So yeah, it's it's a lot of fun is what it is. And if you do family history research, that's, you know that rabbit hole at about 2:30, 3 a.m. when things just start getting good and you're like, I'm finding all the things. Why can't I find this at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? That happens at the Amistad as well. You find the things. So do y'all have questions? Yes? I'll repeat the question too. No. Tell me and I'll repeat your question.
I'll be speaking in the last session at length about the Moran family, and the Amistad Center is the repository for the archives of Ruth Moran Bayham.
Yes.
And if anybody is connected to the Moran, I know there's some Bayhams here. Ruth Moran's genealogy going back to 1718.
Okay. This was from the last speaker, the last guest speaker here, and he says that he's related to, well, he did research for the Bayham, but he donated, you donated? No, you did research at the Ruth Moran Bayham papers. Your great-grandmother was a Moran, cousin of Ruth Moran. So we at the Amistad have the Ruth Moran Bayham papers. Yes, so if you're interested, if you're related to a Moran or a Bayham, see him, but also come and see us. But he is doing the last session here today. Yes? She's asking if we have our online searchable database. Yes, we do. Yeah, thank you. We are actually changing our website soon. It's going to be brand spanking new and cute, user-friendly. But on the front page of the current website at the bottom, you'll see a link that says Finding Aid. You click on that link, it'll bring you to our Finding Aids database where you can put your search term in quotation marks because that groups whatever words there are together. So if you're looking for enslaved, as a term, it will go to all the finding aids and highlight the word enslave, and so you will know which collections have information about people that were enslaved, or at least the name enslaved in there. If you're looking for Ruth Moran Bayham, you can put that in quotation marks and it will bring up every instance, because it's not only just people, Ruth Moran Bayham's papers, she could be in other people's papers that we have at the Amistad. So it's good to do the search so you can see which collections. And once you have that list of collections, let us know when you call or email, because you'll be asking for that collection. And so we need to find out if it's at off-site or on-site and when we can schedule for an appointment. And the reading room is relatively small given how much we have, so we allow about 8 researchers in on any given day. We also give tours. By tour, I mean specially curated things according to what you're interested in. So, for example, right now we have an open house Tulane Black Alumni tour that's set up for the past 3 days on law and medicine. And we had Sheriff Susan Hudson come through. We had 11th Circuit Court federal judge come through yesterday. Last week, we had a big tour that I set up for the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, because our grant funder was coming to town to see how we spent the money. So that was a lot of fun, because all those records are held at our offsite location, but to pull things to see what black farmers went through, where people were trying to steal their land out from under them, all the documentation, heirs projects, educating black farmers, and how it was done, and how they're still an organization that's still in existence in 7 states across the South. It's very interesting things. Another question? Are y'all ready for lunch? Oh, wait, not yet. Not yet, okay. All right, Kathy's gonna say a few things.
So I say, truth be told, from the stacks of the Amistad. And we brought a couple pencils, brought a couple of pencils with us that say, truth be told. And in closing, I want to say, they can't erase our history.
Okay? All right, let me introduce the next speaker. Again, we feel Fatima's presence because she is interviewing Dr. Jessica Marie Johnson. Dr. Jessica Marie Johnson is an associate professor in the Department of History at Johns Hopkins University. She is the author of one of my favorite books in the world, Wicked Flesh, Black Women, Intimacy, and Freedom in the Atlantic World. Her work explores histories of slavery, the African diaspora, and Black life in the Americas. She is the director of LifeX Code, Digital Humanities Against Enclosure, and that's online, and senior research associate with the Center for the Digital Humanities at Johns Hopkins. Dr. Johnson is co-editor with Lauren Tilton and David Midlo of Debates in the Digital Humanities, Computational Humanities. She is the guest editor of Slavery in the Machine, a special issue of Archipelagos, journal, and co-editor with Dr. Mark Anthony Neal, who's at Duke, of Black Code, a special issue of the Black Scholar. Her work has appeared in Slavery and Abolition, the Black Scholar, Meridians, Feminism, Race and Transnationalism, American Quarterly, Social Text, and the Journal of African American History. Johnson is coordinator for Keywords for Black Louisiana, a collective of researchers based in New Orleans, Baltimore, and beyond, on a mission to transcribe, I can't emphasize this enough, to transcribe and translate 18th century Louisiana documents that highlight the stories of enslaved and free people of African descent. In the interest of disclosure, Pat Shakesnyder represents LaCreole with this project of researching and transcribing documents in the French and colonial period of Louisiana. I'm also part of that project. And so we have spent, the last is 4 years now, I think, that we have spent working with this group where they are making this accessible to lay people who will be able to look in those documents, read them in English. So you'll have the French and the English, then you have Spanish and English. And many people for the first time will be able to see what's in there. She is going to tell you all about that project that is of special interest to this organization. Take out your paper and pen again. There's a lot to unpack here, and a lot that you might be interested in. I give you Fatima Sheikh interviewing Dr. Jessica Johnson.
Hello, everyone. This is session 3 at LaCreole's conference. I'm speaking with Dr. Jessica Marie Johnson. This is Fatima Sheikh. And Dr. Johnson is associate professor in the Department of History at Johns Hopkins University. She's the author of Wicked Flesh, Black Women, Intimacy and Freedom in the Atlantic World, which is a fabulous book. And she is director of LifeX Code, the Digital Humanities Against Enclosure. So welcome, Dr. Johnson. We're very happy to have you here at our conference today, and I'm really thrilled to be speaking to you.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. It's a huge honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Um, tell us what is Life X Code? Because we're really curious to know what that is, especially with the digital humanities. You know, that's the new frontier, right?
We hope. We hope so. Thank you. Thank you so much for asking. So LifeX Code, lifexcode.org, if you want to check it out, is a collective, an ecosystem of labs, projects, and members who are interested in the ways that the humanities, broadly speaking, humanities and social sciences, and digital tools and technology might come together. And so that might look like anything from digital exhibits, digital archives, podcasts. It also might look like engaging in social media or research around how we're thinking about images and history and text and literature online. So we take a very capacious view. The one thing that we do take very seriously is that Life Code is follows and espouses anti-racist and decolonial principles. So the labs members and projects that we have on board are ones that are committed to anti-racist work, to thinking about the digital in terms of anti-racist ideas and movement making, are committed to decolonial movement making similarly. And so in that, I think that's one of the things that makes us really, really special. We have partners, we have 10 to 20 partners, depending on the year. And also along with, as far as institutions, and along with 8 or 9 community partners that are not institutionally related, but are grassroots organizations or community organizations. They're in Louisiana. The Black School in the Treme is one of our community partners through the Diaspora Solidarities Lab. We're also very close with the Amistad Research Center through Kathe Hambrick, who's their executive director and is also one of the Keywords Community Circle and Advisory Board members, and is going to be working with us on Who Owns Black Data. So we have a very much a commitment, a nice strong place in Louisiana and the Gulf Coast broadly, the Caribbean, Baltimore, different parts of the United States, the UK, Canada, Trinidad, and a whole host of places. So we try and be as global as possible.
Okay, so let me
Yeah.
ask you this. So how did you choose these global places, and why did you choose these global places? Because that is quite a spread, you know.
It is. It is. You know, it's funny when Life Code first got founded by myself and Dr. Christina Thomas, who's currently a postdoc at the Margaret Walker Center at Jackson State University. We didn't imagine that it would be as large as it is, right? So many of our community partners have emerged through personal relationships and professional relationships that we have. We started it with the idea that, you know, it was the middle of the pandemic. There was the explosion of protests against police violence and, you know, racism broadly in Minneapolis due to the murder of George Floyd. And we were looking for how we might, in our quarantine, literally bring folks together through Zoom or through other kinds of digital means, and what we might be able to do. At the time, we were mostly faculty and graduate students. What we might be able to do that could make some kind of difference if we couldn't be in the streets.
Right.
You know, we had to be inside, and if our skill set was research related, right? So many of us already had an interest in, you know, how, you know, whether it was podcasts or archives and exhibits, many of us had some kind of interest in what we might be able to create online and make available that organizers could use, protesters could use, and just broadly our community might be able to have access to. And from there, it's become something that we could not even have imagined. So our connections, all of our global connections are through different people who are involved or lead different projects. We take very seriously like what our relationships are with different institutions, different individuals. We do believe that's part of our politics, to be committed to like intentional relationships with folks. And so the different institutions and spaces have emerged as either projects or individuals who really want to be invested in the same mission, or folks who have seen what we've been doing and we're like, we want to be part of this too. We want to like, we have a project. Let's get involved. Yeah. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So you would be sort of a clearinghouse. Well, I don't know if it would be a clearinghouse, but you'd be a place where people could seek out a certain type of content, right? Digital content that has to do with anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and particular locations.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think one of the things we want to be is a place where folks who are somewhere interested in what digital tools might have to offer,
Mhm.
a place where you could ask us questions, a place where if you have a project, you might get some information about the project, about
Mhm.
how to support it, skills, tools you might use, platforms that might be useful, and a place where folks just kind of wanted to come together, like that was the original goal
Yeah.
of bring folks together even in quarantine, and that still seems to hold true. Like folks really value the relationships that they're having with each other within Life Code. I was just speaking with one of our undergraduates who's at Xavier, and she was saying, "I'm about to graduate. I need a stole that has has our project on it." And I was like, "That's so amazing that folks really like." Feels like they've been so valued in the community that they want to, be, show other people they've been part of it. So it really is a place where folks can kind of connect. And in this day and time, especially if you're anywhere near education, whether that's K through 12 or higher ed, being able to speak just like the truth clearly and out loud about Black life, Black resistance, histories of slavery, the things that we have gone through over time and space and the way we've resisted, like that is increasingly under attack. And so I think it's also valued as a space where we can say the truth and we don't have to hide, we don't have to shirk it.
I think that's a wonderful goal. I'm a member of PEN America, and we've been fighting censorship for a long time in books, because we see this sort of pattern returning again. Well, I write about history too, so that this pattern returning again of the erasure of history. And it's a very clear pattern, and it's a tried and true method, of getting rid of our achievements, So to have a place, I think that's what the digital world sort of provides, this space outside of the mainstream, where it doesn't have to go through all these gatekeepers, So I think it's fabulous. I think it's fabulous. um, Tell me this: why Baltimore? Before we get to Louisiana, why Baltimore and why New Orleans? Because I have a couple of guesses, but you tell me.
Well, one of the reasons of Baltimore is that I have part of my own personal politics is that wherever I am, I want to make sure that I'm connecting with what is happening on the ground here. So I'm a faculty member at Johns Hopkins University here in Baltimore. My family is here. My children were born here. Like I'm a child of Chicago.
Yeah.
My lineage is by way of Alabama and Puerto Rico. But I do feel like, like this is the place if I want to defend, what is coming for the next generation, literally my children, then I need to make sure that I'm committed also to the places that I'm at. So one of the first things I did when I was here around 2018 was make a connection with a grassroots organization called Muse 360. And they have partnerships with groups like African Diaspora Alliance here in Baltimore, Afro Charities, which is the sponsorship foundation that supports the Afro newspaper, the oldest, well, the Tribune in Louisiana would have something to say about that. They
We'll
claim to be
say
the
English
oldest
language, right?
right, yeah. And so, being able to connect with Muse 360, which is run by Miss Sharena Christmas, allowed me to be an African diaspora teacher. My research and my skill is in histories of slavery and diaspora in U.S., Caribbean, and West Africa. So being able to connect with them, being able to teach African diaspora history to high school students, but also connect with adults who are interested in expanding the learning of our history, also a way to be connected to Baltimore. So a lot of our work in Life Code is connected with Muse 360, with New Generation Scholars, with African Diaspora Alliance, and with the Black Newspaper Project. We have the Black Press Research Collective, which is run by Dr. Kim Gallen, is also part of Life Code as well. So that's the Baltimore connection. Because again, I think if we're in a place, we've got to there's always something happening. I always frustrate people say, I'm in a place but there's nothing happening here. And I'm like, no, you just give it some time, make some authentic conversation connections, and you will get tapped into the radical work that is happening everywhere. The New Orleans connection is
Okay.
So the New Orleans connection is one that I describe as I'm married to New Orleans. I'm not a child of New Orleans, and I have scoured. I feel like so many Chicago folks have, some kind of roots along either the river or the train lines.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, to Chicago or Louisiana, to New Orleans, Louisiana. But I first visited New Orleans for the first time in 1999, and immediately what stuck out to me is how complex the history is,
Yeah.
how complex the history of the Gulf Coast is, how the complex history of Louisiana is, the connections to Africa, the connections to the Caribbean. This obviously spoke to me as somebody who does have roots in the Black U.S. South as well as the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And I just really felt a synergy with that myself, which made me look deeper and deeper into that history. And when you go into it, the amazing stories of Black resistance and life and kinship, they're unmatched. I'm convinced. I will stand on that. I have an article I wrote at one point thinking about John Blassingame's work that's called Black New Orleans at the Center of the World. And I would say Black Louisiana, the Gulf Coast, I just really think that so much of the history of this hemisphere, of what becomes the United States, of the Caribbean, you cannot tell that story without the Gulf Coast, without Louisiana. The documents are so rich.
Oh.
And some of that is just archival conventions of French and Spanish. But the reality is that when they say that there are no documents, when they say that Black folks aren't speaking, when they say that you can't find Black people's names from the period of slavery, that's not true.
Yeah.
It's not true. Louisiana Archive is right there. It's right there. And it is full of information about us and how vibrant we are.
Oh, it is fabulous. The notarial archives alone, right? It's like a treasure. It's like a treasure. You can just pick up a book and just see, trace a name, right? Trace a name, trace a location, and you will find out so much. I'm so happy you're working with those archives. So tell me, what is keywords for Black Louisiana? Because is that part of this outgrowth of your interest in Louisiana?
Absolutely. So, in working on Wicked Flesh, learning about, reading different documents, engaging in different stories. I mean, Wicked Flesh just barely scratches the surface of what is in the archive. And and also, one of the things that always stuck out to me about the information that's available is that the sources, and Gwen Hall talks about this in either her preface or her afterword in Africans in Colonial Louisiana, rest in peace, Gwen Midlo Hall. She talked about the ways that the documents that have the richest stories about Black life are the ones that are, they, at the time when she was writing, weren't digitized. They were not broadly available. They're available in parishes, parish archives, city clerk offices, but aren't really kind of cataloged. There's no robust finding aid in a lot of times, and certainly not a robust finding aid that's available or attuned to questions about Black life and resistance. So with the book, as a way of kind of getting into this material, I realized very early on that this needs to be material that's as accessible as possible. And I also realized the reason that a lot of it is not accessible is that it's not available online, but it's also in French and Spanish. And even the French and Spanish that languages that are used are, 18th century, not maybe the French or Spanish that's most recognizable. There's a lot of formulaic, legalistic language. So Keywords for Black Louisiana was one of the original Life Code projects. We started in 2020. It was just myself and a few graduate students. And the goal was to begin an investigation of what it would mean to have these documents transcribed and translated into English and available online for a broader public. And when we talked about a broader public, like working as a faculty member at a university, often me or my colleagues, sometimes it's unfortunate, but can default to, okay, other scholars, other faculty members, other university students even. But for us, very immediately, our center of gravity was Black communities, Black people who have some relationship to histories of slavery, and descendants of the individuals in these archives who are many of whom are still in Louisiana or part of a broader Louisiana, New Orleans diaspora. And doing that meant that when we were thinking about everything from how to transcribe, from the translations that are created, and from putting it online, we were thinking about folks who are Black public historians, tour guides, genealogists,
Probably
folks,
our people, our audience.
exactly, everybody here, Black folk founders and members of Black historical societies, because the truth is, these are the people who have been the vanguard of keeping the flame of history alive, right? You know, we know that doing Black history, particularly in the US South, but we can apply this other places, is hard. The funding is not always available. Institutions have an investment in a certain plantation story, a certain Moonlight and Magnolia story. You're fighting against all kinds of structural inequities, right? When all you want to do is tell the story of your family, when all you want to do is tell the story of your town, your city, your community, all of that. So, you know, for us, it was really important to make that population, those folks, those roles, those teachers, and those scholars to be the center of who we thought about as our audience. And so, you know, we were able to, you know, bring more and more researchers on, and with the luck of being in contact with Darrell Meadows, who is with the National Archives, and Julie Fisher is with the National Archives, we were able to secure National Historical Publications and Records Commission's grant, long name, but anybody who's interested, please do look up the NHPRC, NHPRC.org, I believe, or if you just Google NHPRC, they are always interested in projects like this, and they will fund historical societies, genealogical societies, institutions that are not universities, to support digital editions and collaborative projects like this that are meant to bring these documents and make them available in transcribed and edited form. And so we came together, and it's amazing what happens when you do try and do this work from a community lens, from an anti-racist decolonial lens, because it really, for us, you know, was never about like, here, how many documents can we transcribe and translate? What's the scholarly intervention? Because that was going to happen no matter what. Right. What it was for us is, okay, can we think about and take seriously how to understand the story of Black life and resistance in these documents? What would people need if they were coming to a transcription like this about, for example, the first reference in the government documents, the colonial documents to gumbo? What would they need to understand that story? What are the ways that we need to, not just translate, but also, shape the language so that the story is accessible and available to folks? And that was all just for the transcriptions and translations. For the digital side, we made a commitment to making it a digital project that you can pull up on your phone. If you wanted to, you can pull it up right now, keywordsforBlackLouisiana.org. It will come up. You'll see 2 buttons for the story site and the document site. And we deliberately committed to an infrastructure, a static site, and minimal computing, and what they called, that allowed us to commit to folks who maybe are pulling things up on their phone. Maybe they're leading a tour and they just want people to see it. Maybe they want to point a QR code to a document or a story that they want to reference there. And folks who maybe are in places where the bandwidth is low, where the bandwidth is not available to pull up a lot of videos and bells and whistles. So it's been an amazing journey. We have a fantastic team of partners: Tulane, Xavier University, Dillard University, Southern University of Baton Rouge, the Iberia African American Historical Society, Amistad Research Center, Louisiana Museum of African American History, and on and on and on, who have been part of this, as well as y'all there at La Creole, because we could never have done this without everybody.
I mean, for somebody like me, and maybe the people in the audience, this kind of thing gives me goosebumps, you know what I mean? Just to hear that you guys are making this available to people and so accessible to be on the telephone. Tell us the site. Tell me the name of the site again, a little slower so everybody can pull it up.
It is keywordsforBlackLouisiana.org. And if you scroll, you will see information about the project, but there are 2 buttons there. One is a document site and one is a story site. So one of the things that we did very early on was realize if we were going to have a commitment to community, we needed to, unlike most sort of documentary editing projects, we need to have a team of community people, right? So our community team includes Dr. Laura Roseanne Adderley, Dr. Eva Bayham, Dr. Wendy Godin. It also includes a community engagement fellow, a graduate student, so that we continue to kind of foster that next generation. So our current community fellow is Sintoy McCall, but Shanice Calhoun has been our community fellow for the long duration of the project. We also have Dr. Sharon Roberts at Xavier University, who has been instrumental in having Xavier Honors students be part of this project, be part of both the digital design as well as transcription and translation. And so we formed this team, and that team has been instrumental in planning and executing, along with the whole research team, but the community team has been really key to that. Our summer, our annual now, Black History in Louisiana summer workshop. So along with the community team, what we wanted to do was get buy-in, understanding, peer review, and context and feedback from folks who are exactly people who we want to use the project. So we have 15 Keywords Community Circle and Advisory Board members who represent an array of fields of public history, again, tour guide genealogists, folks at HBCUs, folks at Black research centers, the whole gamut. And every year in August, we gather to talk about the project, to talk about the site, talk about the documents that we're finding, get a sense together of what these stories are all about, what are the ways that we should be telling these stories, what kind of information is going to be useful. And that has allowed us to really kind of, commit to creating a project that has everybody's impressions on it, and everybody's put on it, and everybody feels like they've been part of the journey, and part of how the project plays out.
Can you give me an example for my audience? Now, this is crazy. We only have like 10 minutes left. Maybe not even. Can you tell me an example of one of those stories? Because you say it's not exhaustive. That's what I would like to make a little distinction. Gwendolyn Midlo Hall's work was sort of like just to take all of the documents and put them online, basically, right? To make data sets. Yours is different in that it is sort of telling stories, right? Or focusing on stories.
It absolutely is. So out of those community conversations, a couple things emerge. One is that folks really want to see the documents, right? And that's the historian and some of us, we just want to see like the source, like want to put our hands on it, even if it's digital. But the other thing that people wanted was to be able to tell the story, and understand more about how to understand the stories that are in these documents. Because again, there's a lot of legalese, sometimes it's formulaic. Everybody doesn't want to nerd out the way maybe you and I do. So we created two sites, one that really kind of unfurls the stories in a given document. So one of those documents, for example, is the 1764, it's a fugitive slave case that's persecuted. They're persecuting Cesar and Louis, who have been caught as fugitives. But as part of the long unfurling of those documents, a story emerges within that. The story of Mama Kumba, who is Julie Kumba in the documents, says you need to call her Mama Kumba, and a feast she's having at her house. So in 1764, she has a gathering of individuals who, if you know the history, are all Senegambian, essentially. So Mama Kumba is described as Mandinga. There's a woman, Fatima, actually, who we know is, who in that time period we know is an Arabic name, which means also there's probably some Senegambian connection. You have Mari Abram, who we're also suggesting is an Arabic name. So we have a gathering of individuals, and part of the conversation about the gathering is, somebody is bringing a pig, somebody is bringing the filet, and somebody is getting other materials to make a gumbo. See, and that's why you smile. So and it is, let me tell you, it is wild to read this document, and it's right there. It's like there, I'm like spelling it out with my fingers.
Oh my gosh.
On the E and everything. Now, Gwendolyn Hall and Ibrahim Sek, who is also one of our Community Circle and Advisory Board members, they first encountered this document. When I'd seen, like them reference in a footnote, I was like, well, we need to talk about it.
Right.
And so there's this document that is, the first reference in the colonial documents, at least, to gumbo. It's about this story of a gathering. It's a Senegambian African gathering in the heart of Louisiana. It's got fugitives who are there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And then also there's this larger story of, well, now we're talking about runaways. Where are they running away from? Now we're talking about the persecution of the French on enslaved Africans.
Right.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about, there's references to corporal punishment in the documents. Mm-hmm. There's references to this community of women. Are they in a courtyard in, somewhere? There's so many different things. And so we realized that, because this was a very popular document at the summer workshops.
Yeah.
We realized that as we were just transcribing it, we also wanted to kind of reference these other kinds of questions and narratives. Mm-hmm. So the story site allows us to reference those kind of narratives, right? Like the document site is for sort of the tried and true historian who wants to this is just like the document in the archive. We don't want any changes. We want to know that it's true.
Right.
And, we want to be respectful of that and of the rigor there. And also we know that folks sometimes also want to hear a little bit more about the story, have more resources if they want to use it in a classroom or in a tour, in a workshop. The story site includes PDFs that have questions about the different documents, about the stories in the documents, that have prompting bibliographies, so you can get a reading list out of there. So it's very much a more robust resource for teaching and for engagement. And it has links also to the documents themselves, so you can go get the raw material as well and get it, and both of them are available online.
That is just really fabulous, because for people like me, many people in our audience who grew up hearing these stories or hearing stories about, there was a woman in my family who did such and such, what we haven't had are the documents, right? Access to documents, and to be able to have the documents and have the story at the same time is just a wonderful thing. I just thank you for doing this work. I think I hate to have to wrap up now because I could talk to you forever. But let me wrap this up, this session 3 up for the Louisiana Creole Research Association. Thank you so much, Dr. Jessica Johnson. You've been very helpful to us, and maybe we'll see you in person sometime.
I very much hope to. Thank you so much. And Fatima Sheikh, huge respect for you, your recovery work, your history work, your knowledge making, everything. Thank you so much. It is really an honor to be here in this conversation with you as well. And thank you everyone who is here for all of the work that you're doing to preserve our legacy and our history and our families broadly out of the history of slavery and bondage. We got so much to learn from our ancestors, truly. So this is beautiful. Thank you all.
Thank you. All righty. Bye-bye.
I'd like to introduce you to Yael Gordon. And you'll see in your book her name, and it does not look the way it's spelled in English, but it's Yael Gordon. A proud descendant of both Middle and South Louisiana Creoles, is a professional historian, consultant, genealogist, and writer specializing in antebellum plantation history of the enslaved and enslavers, genetic genealogy, descendant group research, and program curation. With 25 years of experience, she looks like she's about 10 to me. I don't know if she could have that much professional experience for her, the way she looks. But with 25 years of experience as a researcher, Gordon provides historic interpretation work for numerous plantation sites and lost plantations, uncovering and preserving the histories of Africans, Creoles, and American-born enslaved. She conducts oral history interviews, curates museum and museum site exhibits, and assists in preserving lost burial grounds. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in history from Southern University, yay, a Master of Arts in Museum Studies from Southern University, New Orleans. Well, the bachelor's is from Southern University, Baton Rouge, and the Master of Arts in Museum Studies from Southern University, New Orleans, and is a PhD candidate in higher education at Jackson State University. She is a charter member and current president of the Louisiana chapter of Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Society, and current vice president of genealogy for the AAHGS National Chapter. And that's, if you're looking for it, it's AAHGS, AAHGS National Chapter. She also serves as president of the Bonnet Carré Historical Center Society. So I just joked with you about that she looks so young, but I have to disclose that she was one of my students back at Southern University when I taught there. So I'm so pleased and so proud to present her to you today and to see her work in her professional life. Would you welcome Ms. Yael Gordon?
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Dr. Baham. I'm pleased and honored to say that if I have a young look, but 40s hit you very different, I would say. So if you haven't made it there yet, keep living, okay? Again, my name is Yael Gordon, and I'm going to talk to you all a little bit today about some of the actual forgotten in Creoles. And that would include those who were formerly enslaved. It also includes Creoles who do not have typical surnames, and from families that are largely known around Louisiana, and so those who don't fit what most people assume to be a Creole. And I'll try to gauge my time, so if someone can, I guess Jeremy will help keep my time for me. But I'm going to read just a little passage from a book called Quintessential Creoles. Slaves born in Louisiana, but of pure African ancestry, were identified as Creole Negroes. To this very day, persons of pure African ancestry in Louisiana often call themselves Creole simply because they speak the Creole patois and or follow the Creole cultural traditions. For the purpose of this book, this author decided to go ahead and write only specifically on those who had at least some French and or Spanish genetic heritage, which means those persons who were enslaved persons who were considered Creole are completely left out of the conversation and equation. All right. So we're going to talk about and explore some of the overlooked individuals within the Creole community and their birthright, acknowledged birthright, and their heritage and culture. I'm sure everybody in this room can raise their hand when I say, who among us is identified as Creole? Anybody in here not? Okay, well, welcome, bienvenue, welcome, okay. And I like to engage, so please talk back with me because I love to engage, okay. So, how do you know? Your ancestors, okay. So, but how do you know you are? But then, yeah, how do you know you're not? Some people, again, don't even realize that they may have Creole ancestors and they are of Creole descent. So who are your families? Just throw me out 2 names, of surnames. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. And I'm familiar with every last one of those names. I'm related to a few of those names. But what about Smith? What about Brown? What about Williams? What about Wells? Jones? And so these are individuals whose names have changed over time, who may not be identified as what someone may typically think of when they think of a person of Creole descent. And that when we think about Creole descent, we think about persons who are of mixed ancestry. When we think about persons of color, we think about people who are free persons of color, or they have parentage that may have been from an owner that was of French descent or Spanish descent. And so, but it includes so many more individuals that I want to get a little bit into a conversation about today. Some of the term Creole has been fussed over, has been thrown out, has been argued over for so long. And it's a lot of times, it's not only from the inside, but it's from the outside. People who are not familiar with Louisiana and Louisiana culture and Louisiana people. And so as you see this article right here, it talks about, it's from Marietta, Georgia, actually. And they were writing about what Louisiana Creoles is because they visited New Orleans. Now, I will say, you will hear me use the term slave and enslaved both at the same sometimes within this conversation, because as a historian, I need to put it in historical context, so please don't get offended. But this individual visited New Orleans because we all, when we think about Creoles, we automatically go to New Orleans, Cane River, and St. Landry. Those are the most known Creoles in Louisiana and talked about. But his definition, I've said many definitions have been given, but a few are correct. And what he speaks of is how persons who are of African descent, who are enslaved persons, are ignorant to their own origins. So they decided to tack on themselves to being considered Creole because they were listed as Creole from their owners. That did not necessarily make them Creole persons. Here's another one from Trenton, New Jersey. Creole is not a Negro, so that means those who are of mixed ancestors are not Creoles as well, according to this particular individual. Because they were writing to these newspapers to ask specific questions, kind of like, I don't know if you're all familiar with Smiley Anderson, and they'll ask a question, and then someone will respond back. We don't know who responded back to this particular question. It could have been anyone, someone who was mad and covering up their own Creole ancestry. We don't know. But his answer is this person of European parents, okay? Now we get to the Times-Picayune and also in Louisiana. Professor Pritchard at LSU, Louisiana State University, decided to have an article put in from an interview that he had about what the word Creole means. So there's a couple of different things in this particular article when he was specifying exactly what a Creole was and what it was not. The original definition refers to people of pure European descent, specifically French or Spanish, born in the colony. Misapplication. Over time, people using the term Creole to refer to anyone of mixed ancestry. That's a little bit correct. Origins of misuse. He suggests that the error began because enslaved black people who spoke French were referred to as Creole Negroes by English-speaking Americans. Eventually, Creole began to stick as a general term for people of African descent in Louisiana who spoke French, even though they did not fit the original definition. Cultural impact. Outsiders who are not familiar, of course, with the history incorrectly use the term Creole to describe people with African descent. He said it dilutes its original term, original term association. And he argues that only people of full European ancestry born in French or Spanish colonies should be considered Creole in the correct historical sense. I don't know either. This was 1922. And there were, even throughout the ages, there were still people arguing and telling what actual Creole was and what it was not. He didn't include German ancestors, he didn't include any Native Americans, he didn't include any Italians. Correct. Absolutely. In scholarly worlds. And we see this all the time, to whereas those of us who work in these fields, we have to deal with these types of conversations and try to reclaim something that is part of our rightful heritage. So when we think about these Louisiana Creoles, again, you see some of these places that speak these Creole languages, and I want to be open and say that there are Creole people in other areas that are not shaded on this map. It's just that this is where most of the Creole language is still being spoken, but there are places that are completely missing. Go ahead. And we think about these notable publishings and these books that talk about a little bit of Creole ancestry and Creole histories. You have the Creole New Orleans, Race and Americanization. You have the Forgotten People, Cane River Creoles. I've learned throughout the years that Creole New Orleans and Cane River Creoles, they are completely two different types of Creole people, but we're all family, right? And then you also have more some for free persons of color. And please excuse me, I had a little surgery, and so if I'm a little bit slow or stuttering, I stutter anyway. But if I am not speaking clearly, please just let me know, okay? Also, Africans in Colonial Louisiana by Dr. Gwendolyn Midlo Hall. Go on to the next one. All right, so we're going to talk about the sons and daughters of our ancestors and their contributions to what Creole familyhood is. Now, the first Africans in the colony, this colony of what we now know as Louisiana, but much larger, arrived in 1719 with about 500 enslaved people. That was a year after the founding of New Orleans, and these people were purchased from Ouida. And so there's various ethnic groups on this particular ship, such as Wolof, Serer, Mandinka, and Fula, and Senegambia. And so they all brought their traditions and their cultures right along with them when they entered that boat. Despite how long that boat ride was, some of them were able to still hold on to what they knew previously in their African countries and bring them to Louisiana. And so, which is why we have this gumbo pot of different kind of cultures that's mixed in with the French culture and even the American culture. We have a lot of African culture here just as well. All right, so going back and kind of piggybacking off of some of the documents that you would find and information that's going to be in these documents. When you're researching enslaved people or ancestors, you have to know where to go because this information is not always readily found. And thankful to organizations and groups such as Key Words for Black Louisiana and the other work that they do. And even the Amistad Center, they're entities that are making sure that you are able to find records. There's only so much that us who are private historians can do because these things cost money. It costs time. It takes you being able to know French, Spanish. My daughter has a French class in college right now, and guess who's sitting right there with her? Making sure I'm refreshing myself to be able to understand when I'm in these repositories looking. But these individuals here, the two on the left side, they were enslaved persons, and it says native of the colony. So they were considered Creole. The one to the right is going to be a marriage records, and it lists Creole, but it's spelled C-R-I-O-L-L-E. Okay? Yes. Outside of the records, say in some of the books that we may have or some of the records that are online, one of the key places that I tell people to look all the time is in some of these succession records and in inventory records and probate records for enslaved people, because you have to think in property terms. These people were property. And so they're going to be listed right along with the horses, the cows, the silver, and all other properties, okay? And so that is one of the key places to find this information. But I will say that sometimes you may find a will or succession in one parish. Say, for instance, they were sold or documented in New Orleans. The person who sold them is going to be in a different parish, and they're going to have mirroring documents with different information. Okay. Go ahead. These individuals here were from the succession of Prosper Mariner in New Orleans in 1835. You have Henriette, who's a Creole Negro woman, wife of Anthony, who's a Negro. That means he was a person who was not born of the colony. He was not a Creole individual. Then you have Greensburg, who's a Griff. He's not listed as a Creole. So they're going by identifiers. So they're specifically saying, yes, ma'am. Because that person may have, most likely, in my opinion, they would have had some Native American ancestry, but they're also going by visual appearance. Because a Creole, it's not saying that this person was mixed, because they would have listed this person was a mixed race individual. So this is just going by identifiers. So he is listed as a Griff, and he was born here, but his ancestry is not necessarily French ancestry, in my opinion, but he is not considered a Creole. So depending upon the owner, depending upon who is documenting information, information is going to continuously change. You also have Zenon, who is a Creole Negro boy. No, ma'am, it was his name. His name was Greensburg. Yes, yes. Go back one real quick for me. Now, just when you see these names like Henriette, these are French, these are Catholic-derived names. And so that'll kind of give you a little bit of indication of who their owners were and maybe some of the areas that they would have been in. Zenon, a lot of these owners decided to name their enslaved people these, I call it these mythical type names. So don't let that throw off the research Greensburg, he may have come with that name, but he could have very well had a different name. Or if they decided to baptize this individual, that his name may have also changed after he was baptized. Now, this is from Francois Durrell. It's from 1833 probate record. And you'll see Juliet, who is a mulattress Creole. It's specifying that she is a person of mixed race. Antoinette, same thing. And then you have person 30, is that Molly? Molly, who is a Negress American. That is specifically stating that she was not born here in Louisiana. She was born outside of the territory. That could have been Mississippi, that could have been Alabama, that could have been Maryland, it could have been Virginia, any place that's listed as American territory. And then you have Daniel down there, also Negro American. Yes, ma'am. That's okay. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say a Louisiana Creole. Now, if their children, in that certain colonial time, yes. Yes, so her question, make sure I'm going to get it right. Her ancestor was not born here. They're born in New Jersey? No. Virginia. Mm-hmm. Okay. Gotcha. So, okay, and forgive my ignorance, where is that located? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And this is probably not your answer, but I'll just throw this off. That may be part of that British mainland Creole that we have seen so often, where some of these records, they'll have British mainland Creole, but no British mainland Creole written in the documents. And I don't want to give you the incorrect answer, but for them, for a Louisiana Creole, it's going to be completely different. Like you have Creoles of Alabama. It's completely different. So a Louisiana Creole, if they were not born here, then they're not a Louisiana Creole. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Yeah, came down here, right. Yes, ma'am. So, Miss Aubrey, right? Can't hear, okay. And so, yes, ma'am, so you're mentioning that may have been around the time where some of the Acadians were kicked out of Nova Scotia, and they came, some of them went to the Virginia area, and some of them came, to South Louisiana. So that could, in 1700s, that could have been around the same time. So, but for this group, well, for this purpose, I won't talk about Acadian ancestry, but simply because there's a lot of overshadowing and overstepping between Creole and Cajun, and a lot of our culture is now being considered Cajun culture and is actually not. So again, it's about reclaiming our own histories, but I want to know more about your question after I speak. Now this record here, and I wanted just to show just how some of these identifiers would continue to change and how they can be a little bit tricky. This is from the inventory estate of Jacques-Etienne Roman from 1812 in St. James Parish, okay? And yes, Oak Alley. If you're not familiar with Oak Alley Plantation, this is Jacques Telesphore Roman was the son who owned Oak Alley Plantation. Yes, ma'am. Really? I need to talk to you. Please do not leave without us speaking. I'm very familiar. I do work for both. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So we have Bill here, who is a Creole de l'Amérique. It is saying that he is a Creole of America, not of Louisiana. So it's saying that the term Creole, born of the colony, born in the country, born in the house. Okay? So he was born in an American location. You also have the next person, who is also a Creole of America. And then you have Johnny, who is Creole du Pays. He's born in that country. He's born in Louisiana. Now, prior to being in St. James Parish, Jacques Etienne was in Opelousas and Atypical country, okay? So then you have the fourth one, Martin, who is a mulatto Creole, born in the country. And then also Laurent, who is the nation Mendigo. They're identifying these individuals to let you know exactly where they're coming from. Some of these people they have listed as Wolof. Some of these people they have listed as Congo or Kanga. Okay? So they're going to specify exactly where they're coming from. Go to the next one, please. No, wait, go back one more. And I know we like to, when we look at these records like this, we like to kind of think about, say, the age of a person as it relates to their price and also their skills related to their price, which is absolutely true. However, what I have found and what I keep finding is that persons who were born of the colony, they were oftentimes worth more money. These people would have survived a lot longer than those who were not, okay? This is a succession record from Jacques Telesphore Roman, the son of Jacques Etienne. It's from 1848, and he also lists his enslaved people. This is just some of them that were owned at the time of his death, and he identifies them from mulattoes, Creole, mulattoes, American. So he didn't say Creole American. He's just saying, okay, that dropped because, again, according to whom is documented this information is what they're going to put. Now, 4 of those people that were listed on his secession record was Zephyr, Zaire, Antoine, and Bacchus. Zephyr himself was born in Congo. His wife, Zaire, was born in Louisiana. She was listed as a Louisiana Creole. Their 2 sons, Antoine and Bacchus, they were also listed as Louisiana Creoles. Their mother was born here. They were also born here. So if a person, it could be 2 individuals who were both of African origin, and their child is born here, their child is now considered a Creole and going to be identified as such. You're also going to find some of these enslaved people in news articles and advertisements. And you will oftentimes find them being sold, listed as good Creoles, this good Creole cook, and talking about how, I hate to say this, but how good and amazing they were, and that was to separate them from other enslaved people, to say that these were the best of the best. This, even throughout their brutal turmoil of their life of being an enslaved person. All right, go to the next one. What I'm gonna, I don't know if it's gonna play. Hit one more time. Yeah.
As you can see, the sugar cane right now is growing up really, really
This is from
tall. It can grow typically
Queen Sugar
6 to
101
8 feet
Learning
tall,
Companion
sometimes 12 feet
built
tall,
at
depending upon
St. Joseph
the
Plantation.
type of sugar cane it actually is.
Queen Sugar 101 Learning Companion filmed at St. Joseph Plantation in Vacherie, Louisiana.
Individuals who were enslaved on sugarcane plantations, they would be producing millions of dollars of worth of sugar and molasses continuously, monthly, annually, in order to make the owners billionaires. One of the best maps to look at is Norman's chart of the lower Mississippi River, sometimes referred to as Persac's map, and it shows the plethora of plantations on the lower Mississippi River on both sides of the river. And it's massive. It is an extreme number of plantations. The most of the selling happened right here along the river. So they didn't have to go to New Orleans. It may take a boat 6 hours to get to New Orleans from here, and it's only 50 miles away because they're making multiple stops. But that is one of the reasons why owners chose this river, not only for growth purposes, but for economic purposes, because that is a way of import and export. That's the way to travel. They're making sure that they can load these hogsheads up and load them onto the boats. And they can have 1,000 pounds in one hogshead. So they were doing everything they needed to do right from their own confines. because every owner was responsible for their own levees and their own roads. This is their portion. So this is almost like their dock. On a sugarcane plantation, the life expectancy of an enslaved person is the late 20s to early 30s. For someone who was sold down south or sold down the river to Louisiana, especially to a sugarcane plantation, they would have probably been dead within about 7 to 10 years. The life is very, very harsh and very, very extreme. The weather also played a role in the crops that could grow, because again, sugarcane is an agro-industrial crop and it's a Caribbean crop. And it's grown, harvested, and cultivated all in the same location. It doesn't have to be shipped off for further processing. So that also added more income to the owners because they had to spend money to make money, but they made a large amount of money. But they needed that moist climate here in Louisiana for sugarcane, and especially for grinding season. Sugarcane cannot freeze or it'll spoil. It has to go to the mill. It has to be started in the grinding process within 24 hours or it'll go bad. For sugarcane itself, the peak of the price was about $69, and that was in 1858. And so if they're producing that amount of, a large amount of sugarcane, and you times the $69 per hogshead, they're going to be close to $3 billion annually just for that particular year. So the economic growth that it created for Louisiana was built off of the backs of sugarcane and cotton plantations. Now these cabins that are here just kind of show the depiction of what a slave cabin or even a sharecropper's cabin would have looked like. It is technically a duplex, 2 cabins on each side. It's going to usually have a fireplace in the middle of the wall. They wouldn't have used those fireplaces very often because it does not get very cold here, but they could use that for minor cooking purposes, but most of the cooking would have been done outside as a community effort. There may be 3 to 4 living on one side, on the opposite side, 6 to 8 or more living on that side. And so they again have 1 mat to sleep on per household, mostly be sleeping on the floor. So these spaces would have been very, very cramped all the time. But you see they're elevated, they're raised. That is in the Afro-Caribbean style. They would have needed that because to let the airflow go in and out of the home. That keeps it a little bit cool. As you can see, there is no shade. They wouldn't have had that shade, so they needed that airflow. But also the way the doors match is considered a shotgun home, front to back. So that also allows for the airflow to go in and out. So they would have had that little bit of breeze coming in and out of those spaces just as well.
All right, thank you. And go one more. So that was filmed at St. Joseph Plantation in Vacherie, Louisiana. And that particular plantation was actually purchased it was originally owned by some Protestants, and it was then given to Alexis Ferry and his wife, who was the daughter of Valcour, who was one of the largest slaveholders and richest slaveholders in Louisiana. And so those cabins that you saw me walking into, I know a gentleman right now who was born in that cabin. That was his grandmother's cabin. Now his grandmother was a sharecropper, of course, but their family had been living there, for ages, and people are still tied to these lands. But as you heard in the video, that these enslaved persons who were sold down here, they would have had a life expectancy about 7 to 10 years. And so, which again is why people who are of Creole descent, Louisiana born, were worth more money, because they would have lived longer. They were more acclimated to the climate. They would have been less susceptible to diseases, and they knew the language of their owners, whether they were mixed race or not. All right, so now we're going to kind of skip to postbellum records and narratives and talk about some of their lives from their perspectives. Now, when we think about Ascension Parish, we don't often think about Creole people, but there were some. There were some enslaved who were Creole in that particular area. And we look at here, this is Evan Hall Plantation, the last slave cabin it was photographed in 2012. And so on Evan Hall Plantation in 1865, this is a freedman's record. If you have not looked through the freedman's record, please do so, because they have a wealth of information. And if you are a person who likes to help transcribe those documents, please don't change any information, because it makes it harder to find individuals on there. If you don't see last names, don't add a last name. So it's just it's courtesy for other researchers. But there are a couple of individuals who were on Evanhall Plantation, actually I'm showing 3, that were, their surname is now listed as Creole. So that's, even though this Creole was as their identifier, this is now going to be their surname, okay? And they're listed as such along with the Williams and the Jones, and so their last name now is Creole. Same information. This is now skipping to July 1835, and you see these same 3 individuals that their surnames are Creole. You have Bill Creole, Charles Creole, and Henri Creole. More records. Again, you have Charles Creole, but if you look down at number 13, anybody want to tell me what George's last name is? George Mulatto. That is his last name. Yes. Because again, these were identifiers, and it probably is something that maybe whomever wrote it, they saw it, they documented it, or that could have been the name that he had been called. Names mean something, but sometimes they don't always mean something, and they can change many, many times. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Wow. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Hambrick said that she met a gentleman in Ascension Parish who is about a 70-year-old elder whose last name or surname was Senegal, and he did not realize that that was a location in Africa. Yes. Wow. And see, we come in all shades, all hues, all colors, and sometimes don't know where we come from. And we carry these names. Names mean something. My name, it means something. I hated it growing up, but it means something, thanks to my dad. So now, also we're going to look at some of these census records. Census records are also provide a wealth of knowledge. And you see this, one of the same gentlemen, Charles Creole, he's listed in the 1870 census as Charles Creole. So it has been one of my duties to try to find and see, okay, well, I'm trying to find his descendants along with some of the other persons listed as Creole, some of their descendants, just to be able to see when did they change, or did they change? Because they may still carry that surname now, and did they realize that they were even part of Louisiana Creole history and culture? Now we're going to go to more court records, okay? I don't know too many people that loves to weed through coroner's records besides myself, but I do, okay? That is one of the most interesting sets of records you can ever run across because it tells you so much information. You have so many names in there, so many eyewitness accounts, who was jailed, why they were jailed, and where they were at that particular time. But this particular case was a court case in Terrebonne Parish for William Morris. He is a Creole. As you see, it's listed he is a Creole, and he was on Alexis Blanchard's plantation in 1867. And I'll read just some part of the bottom of the second half. Dennis Johnson was outside near, I don't have my glasses on me, talking deceased about the Creoles, saying what fools they were. I then stepped out of my house, said to deceased, "Look here, sir, you must look out how you talk about the Creoles. I'm a Creole myself," to which deceased replied that he, deceased, did not care whether I was Creole or not. Now, how many times somebody just tries to question our Creoleness and we are up in arms? And that is what Mr. Morris did. He did not appreciate how he was spoken to, because this gentleman said that Creoles basically were not, he didn't care about them, and he did not think too kindly of them. And so they ended up having a spat, and he ended up murdering this individual. He did. He shot him. And there's all kinds of information in this same, it's a very large document. He shot the man. I mean, that back then it was, they did things like that for honor, because we all hold Creole special and near dear to our hearts. Don't talk about us. We could talk about us, but don't talk about us. The next page. Mm-hmm. No, it was just that he was still working on a plantation. He was a sharecropper, working on a plantation, but he knew of his Creole heritage. And so that's something that still continues to go on. So he knew that, okay, you cannot talk about my culture, my ethnicity, my family like that. So by November 1867, there was a judgment against him, and so William was going to be arrested. And so in the judgment, it lists William Morris colored. He is not Creole listed anymore. So this man very well, on documentation, at least for this one, lost his Creole identity. Now we're going to talk about Francois Valentin. If you also have not looked into military records, you definitely need to look into those because they have a wealth of information just as well. And some of those documents will give you family names. It'll tell about their heritage, what their parents were, who owned them, and even if they were persons who were Creole. For this gentleman in particular, when the persons who work for the military will go around and interview people to verify they were a person that was actually in the military, or to get information on their character, this interviewer went around and first he said he could not find the names that the man gave him because these names did not exist. But I will go ahead and read a transcript of that. It says, "Some mistake. I had very much the same experience with Marie James. The principal trouble was that these people are what were called Creoles, and it seems to be a point of honor with them to call each other by nicknames or pet names, and never under any circumstance to call a person by his correct name. If a woman named Anna Johnson has a husband named Charles Johnson, she will more than likely be called Nunu or Tutu Charles or Madam Charles. However, most of these Creole people are truthful and simple-minded. I believe that these witnesses were." So give us a compliment, but then degrade us at the same time, is what they did. But I will go on record and say that my grandmother, her name was Martha, and she is a Rapides Parish Creole, and they called her Tutu. She didn't know how to spell it, and we don't know either. We just know she got that, okay? All right, going back to these individuals with these Creole last names. Now you have Jackson Creole Sr., you have Jackson Creole Jr., okay? And so he also had records within the Freedmen's Bureau Bank, and also the U.S. Colored Troops, and he was still listed as Jackson Creole. He was died and buried in New Orleans, and under his burial card, he's listed as Jackson Creole under United Sons of Light. And my thoughts, I asked a good colleague of mine, Jari Honore, to try to help me investigate what is these United Sons of Light. And I'm thinking some kind of benevolent society, as typical in New Orleans. But even his death record says Jackson Creole. Now, anybody part of the Cormier family? I just knew I had one in here. Okay. All right, well, Valcourt Cormier. Don't look over the ex-slave narratives. Louisiana had ex-slave narratives that originally were not published, and then they were put into a thesis dissertation by Ronnie Clayton, and they were done incorrectly. And so there was a woman, Dr. Pound, who came back and transcribed those. She found most of them, with only a few that were not located. And so she went back and transcribed them and used the correct terms and words and dialect that these people were using, instead of changing things to make it make sense to people. Okay? And so for Cormier, his owner is Duplessis Dugas, and he was considered poor, killed in the Civil War. His father was a white French Creole. He spoke French and English. His mother was Celeste Senegal. On his death record, it says Ophelia. So with her being Celeste, again, being these people more than likely, especially in Louisiana, they were probably of the Catholic faith, then they were going to have dual names. He relocated to Texas, as many persons in Louisiana would have done, and his wife was a French gal. So again, any enslaved person I find, I am immediately creating lineages and trees for them because I want to know. I know everybody's business, everybody's family, and so I want to know, because I want to know if I found a descendant, I want to know what you know. Like, do you know this was your ancestor? And these are just some images of Valmore Cormier from some of his family, and also one from the ex-slave narratives in which his photograph was placed. Frank Bell also. So we think of Cormier as a Creole surname, but Bell is not. So Frank Bell, he said, I don't know much about nothing about my folks, if they even had any, except mama. They didn't tell me she was a bad woman in a French Creole. Now, this man was an formerly enslaved man. By him saying his mother was a French Creole, it has not been determined if she was a white Creole or if she was a Creole of color that had French ancestry, okay? But this is who he talks about, who his mother is. And for some reason, I'm envisioning in my head that, because if you go on in the narrative, I don't know if she was running a distillery or something, but something was going on to whereas they consider her a bad woman and not of good character. But again, this is a man speaking, so we can only take that with a grain of salt, okay? His dad owned the saloon. So again, I think maybe she was a barmaid. Is what I'm thinking, okay? Probably so, yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Recognition. And I wanted to, and I didn't want to make this long because there's so much that I have that go into this presentation. But it's also active work that I'm continuously doing. But I wanted to again just put out a call to include persons who were enslaved and are not the typically known Creoles into the conversation. Again. And so we have to get around the in-between people or the fully developed Creole and look beyond what this black and white is and start being more inclusive in our community. And even if that means that someone is, again, not a mixed race person or someone that does not look like Beyonce or someone that his family has been here since the 1700s. All right. Everyone, I'm sure, have seen the Creole flag created by Mr. Bergeron in 1987. I'm not going to stay on this, but always make sure your star is upright. Okay? When you're buying paraphernalia, make sure that star is upright. I know Dr. Landry, wonderful, spoke on genetic communities probably earlier, but I just want to kind of show you what genetic communities originally started looking like for these communities, but now they're called journeys. And so you see the early Louisiana and African Americans, and one of the things that I've often said, you combine, Creoles and African Americans, making it appear as though Creoles are just African Americans. And so those who are not persons of color, who are Creoles, it is allowing them to get away with saying that they are not related to us, or they don't have a connection to us, which is very untrue, okay? You can't you can't make that separation, because then that continues the ostracization conversation. Okay. This is what some of the genetic updates and journeys look like now, okay? This is some of my communities. Now, I will say with communities, sometimes, like maybe the last year, some communities were lost. With Ancestry, they're always doing updates, and so you have some people who lost their Creole community, some people who gained Creole community, but I want you to understand that these communities are based off of your matches as a whole and picking the ones, the larger ones together, but also looking through your trees. So if you don't have trees with common names, then it may not be used for a study. But my question for the genetic or ancestry user and any 23andMe user and MyHeritage user, if we're talking about Creole ancestors who are of mostly African descent, we have to make sure that they're included just as well, because they may not have French ancestry. They may not have Spanish ancestry. They may have African ancestry. So it's telling them their DNA is from Nigeria and Senegal. So where are they in the journeys? We want to make sure that they are just as included. All right. This wonderful gentleman here who has been so gracious to help me with my presentation is a great friend and colleague of mine, Mr. Jeremy Simien. He is an art collector, a preservationist, conservationist, and a historian, and a proud Louisiana Creole, okay? And talking about some of the forgotten Creoles, if you all have not researched the painting of Belisaire, please do. He is the uncoverer and the restorer of and researcher of the painting of Belisaire. And so initially on the left-hand side, you see this young man was covered up and gone. But on the right side, you'll see that through Jeremy's amazing work and research that this young man is now able to be recognized and seen and solidified in history. And this painting now sits in the Met, okay? Yes. All right, my last slide, it's more of be forgotten. Now we saw Belisaire, and when in that painting, he is sitting amongst the children of the household, the owner's children, and so this woman right here would not have necessarily had that type of experience. This is one of my ancestors, Ellen Honore. Sometimes they abbreviate it as Nora, and so she was a daughter of enslaved Creoles. You also have some runaways. Right in the middle, Charles or Medar. He is a Creole Negro, dark color, 5'6" or 5'7", okay? And also information from a pension record from Mr. Jairi Honore's ancestor there on the right. And I think that is, yes, I think that's it for me. Yes, it is. I would love to answer any questions that you may have, speak with you after. Talking about enslaved people in plantations is my life. So please, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we have information here that is also very helpful on a project that's going on here at UNO through Midlo, and they're here to tell you about it. It's going to take about 5 minutes. Go.
Hi, everybody. My name's Elizabeth Williams. I'm a research associate here at University of New Orleans, and I'm here to present to you a platform called History Forge. It's a project that we have out of the Midlo Center. Just 1 second while we get the presentation up, and one more second.
Where they have your attention, please.
How do I click it? Okay, great. So, this is it. What is History Forge? Well, in essence, it's a website. Next slide. So it's a website that maps historical genealogical data to the modern map. Next. So this is what the platform looks like when you go onto the website. We're going to have a different city up for just demonstration purposes, but you can click around all of these little dots and find historical information that we've loaded onto the platform. And so, next slide. And so you can also add historical overlays to the website so you can visualize these dots as they would have been in the historical period from which they were from. You can go next slide. So the primary source that we use to map this historical information, the primary information is from the historical census records. So we try and get the historical census records onto the map. The area that we're more geared for is around the 1880s to the 1950s, because that 1880s is the first period of time in which the historical address was linked to the historical census records. So from there, you take historical census records and you can make person records from that information, and you can make building records from that information. Two separate pieces of information that then you can link further to other types of historical archives. So ideas like that are going to be photographs, modern articles, other websites, city directories, all sorts of information that we can make a richer document of what that person's life was like in the neighborhood that they grew up in, and you can see the neighbors that they also lived around. So the next one. So another cool thing about this platform is that you can go and you can see it on the visual screen, but you can also get all of this information in tabular data. So it stores it onto the website, and even if you're not a user, you can export all of this information. So that's building records, and then each of the different censuses that someone has transcribed. So the next one. So yeah, you can export it as a CSV, which is really exciting, and all of the CSVs include the XY data from where that census came from. So if you want to take that information onto your own software, or if it was something interesting that you want to share for a different project, it's a great way to be able to have this resource. You can also share it with your families, right? So it's something that you can be able to keep and give to someone else. So how are we different from Heritage Quest, Family Search? We're meant to be complementary with them. We use information from Family Search, Ancestry.com, and Heritage Quest, and then we go to put them onto our platform. So our platform is designed to be crowdsourced, right? Unfortunately, we can't just scrape this information and preload it to our website. We have to go through and hand type it. So a lot of people say, why would people want to do that? Well, maybe not a lot of people here. People might actually enjoy working with the historical census records. So at its heart, it is a community-based project. So I'm just going to briefly talk about the origins of it. It started in Tompkins County, New York. It was from the History Center. It was developed by a retired Cornell librarian named Bob Kibbe. Bob Kibbe just said, isn't there a way that we can visualize historical data, put it on Sanborn maps, for example, especially from the modern period? David Ferber at the bottom was a web developer, and he said, yes, we can, but we can't just have it preloaded. We would take time. And so then Eve Snyder said, well, I think this would be a great volunteer project. So. And it actually was really successful. It was so successful in Ithaca that they were able to map not only their county, Tompkins County, but the surrounding counties. They have over 100,000 different historical census records loaded onto their map, onto their website. You can visit their site, and we'll give you more information about this a little bit in a minute. They were so successful that they partnered with 7 other different groups. One of them was us at Midlo Center, to see if we could test their platform further. So this is what we've done with it. Next slide. We wanted to add public archaeology to the platform. That was one of the reasons why they picked us. We said we've done so much historical work, so much archaeological work here in the city. Why can't we load some of these pictures and of the items that we found onto the different places that we're enumerating as we go? So that's one of the reasons. The other reason is that we know we've had a lot of changes to the historic landscape, right, over time. They chose us because we wanted to work in project areas that might have been more challenging to map because they've been changed so many times. So these are some of the places that we elected to start working with from the 1880s. Not yet, but, and we'll go in, but yeah. Oh, sorry. She said, have you done Uptown? And we said, no, not Uptown. But this is what our website looks like. Now, we have mapped a lot of our town because we want this to be a community asset. So you can go onto our website and be able to see this information. You don't even have to have a login. So we've so far loaded it with Sanborn maps, so you can see it. You can also do Sanborn 1896 maps, Mississippi River Commission maps as well.
So do you plan to add your town into the Black Pearl? Do you plan to add it and when?
We would love to add it, and we would love to, but I can talk to you more about it later because we're excited to have other people work with us from different communities, and we'll show you how we've done that in just a second. And that was mapping Uptown. So this is one of our community partners, oldinsurancemaps.net. This is how we were able to load such amount of information. We did georeference-a-thons, and we had people come together to map our different areas. And so far we've done, we also are going to add 1908 and 1910 coming soon. Okay? So here are just some examples. We just have 3 more slides to get through. We found Dr. Rudanez in our project area. So you can go to the next slide. And so this is a person at record, how we were able to link his census to a person record and then show where he was from. We also found Ernest Bullock, who I think a lot of people know as a photographer of Storyville. We were able to find him 6 years old from a census record from before Storyville, where he was growing up in a little alleyway that seemed to have had a lot of prostitution happening. Finally, his idea of some of the artifacts that we have uploaded to one of the website and to one of our properties that we've done excavations on. And then finally, that's it. So anyway, here we have information about you can email me at the very bottom. You can go log into our website and check it out. We have some information that we're also going to share with you after lunch. And we also have note cards in the bag, or little postcards about how you can better get involved in the project. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. This information is in your bag, and I encourage you to look carefully through your bags because we have a lot of good stuff in there for reference so that you will have it. Let me introduce our next presenter, Jeremy Simien, art and antique collector, was born in Baton Rouge, a ninth-generation Louisiana Creole. His European and African ancestors have been in this Louisiana territory for over 300 years. His indigenous native ancestors have occupied swaths of Louisiana throughout the past millennium. Simien's early interest in the visual arts also included the musical arts and performance. Before pursuing a career as a recording engineer and studio owner, Simien performed with a number of bands playing piano, guitar, and vocals. His production resume includes musical albums, a television pilot, and a nomination for Best Score at the UNO Film Festival. Yay! Simien's passion for collecting began with an interest in antique timepieces and vintage horology, connecting him with fellow enthusiasts and auction houses all over the United States. He is a member of the National Association of Watch and Clock Collectors. Jeremy's participation in online forums for timepiece collectors would get his screen time, Keeper of Time, a mention in, guess where? Forbes magazine in 2008. His passion soon turned into a primary focus on 18th and 19th century paintings. And you heard Ms. Yael Gordon introduce his seminal work in our recent time. His passion soon, in addition to American and European paintings in Simien's collections, there are also rare and early Louisiana pieces. Simien's passion is fueled by a desire to offer insight into the unique and diverse history of Louisiana. The Simiens have amassed one of the largest private collections pertaining to Louisiana's Creole of color and people of African descent. So we have a celebrity with us this morning. And I think you will be intrigued by his presentation. We want to ask you to, as you listen to him and then to Mr. Rosenberg, to think about what you have in your possessions at home, to see what kinds of things and what they're going to give you information that should help you to look at them in different ways. Okay? And I think that this is going to be quite an interesting afternoon. So without further ado, our resident celebrity, Mr. Jeremy Simien.
Thank you so much. Well, hello, my name is Jeremy Simien. I'm a Louisiana art and antique collector, and I fancy myself a historian as well. So I think I'm amongst good company here. I want to mention that was the only mention I've ever gotten in Forbes, and it was a very interesting article that just talked about these burgeoning collectors of vintage watches. They didn't understand it. They're like, why are they interested in old things? It was like, well, time is precious. These have definitely, stood the test of time, so I like them. And I've always been interested in objects. I hate to say I'm materialistic, but it's more of a proof thing with me. I've never believed much of anything unless I could see it and touch it. As a child, my mother called me Doubting Thomas. I didn't know what that meant for the longest time. And I would repeat it, thinking it was a nickname. but it's an old thing, and it has origins in our Catholic faith, where, of course, Thomas, an apostle, didn't believe that this man had risen from the dead and needed to see the puncture wounds in his feet and his hands. And I'm the guy that, unfortunately, still needs to see that. But I will believe it afterwards. I just need to see it first. So very easy. This is me, of course, standing in the entranceway of my study at my home. And that is very fancy, and it's very dressed up, and it's extraordinary. But my origins in collecting and interests are not very fancy. They're not very extraordinary. The journey has been. But I am largely just an ordinary person who had an interest in objects. I do not have academic training in art. I did not pursue an interest in history until much later. I wanted to be a rock star, and I was sure it was going to happen, but the world wasn't ready for our music. So I made a go at recording other people's music. They weren't ready for theirs either. And those of you who have dealt with musicians know that musicians are a day late and $50 short. So this was not going to keep me accustomed to the lifestyle that I knew I was used to and needed. So I transitioned into advertising and dealt with that for a while. But now I'm happy to say I am a full-time collector. I distinguish a collector, not a dealer, because there is a difference. And we'll maybe talk about that in a little bit with some of the things I've collected. So when did this all begin? I would say that my journey seriously began probably around 2013 or so. 2013, I was lucky to be able to get a house, buy a house, and there were empty walls, and the house was very empty, and in general. And I was with my wife, and she was actually my fiance, sorry, at the time, and we didn't know what to do with this house. And I didn't know culturally, we had a cultural difference of what we expected, of what I saw growing up versus what she saw growing up. The houses I saw were filled with pictures. They weren't always aligned, they weren't always straight, often crooked, often had palm fronds behind them, prayer cards, lots of those tin cookie jars stacked up by by grandma's sofa, but they were definitely maximalist, and they definitely represented aspects of our culture. And even the cookies, just the joy of sweets, the joy of living, something that reminded us of the holidays. So I became interested in my family history, and I wanted to find out more about who I was. And really I wanted to justify why I needed things all over my house and why this was a comfortable thing for me. So quite shallow, really, to start off, I think. But the internet is something. It's the World Wide Web. There is a spider on that World Wide Web, and it'll get you. And that would bring me to my next image. So I saw this image. It's a black and white image. Most people say, well, that's not extraordinary. Well, and maybe it's not. The man, he doesn't look particularly kind. So some would say he even looks a bit, I've heard this from a curator, a bit like Nosferatu, Dracula. And another one said Ebenezer Scrooge. And that's when I said, wait a minute, that's my grandfather. And it is my fifth great-grandfather. And that was extraordinary to me because though we had these oral traditions and stories, we didn't have what Jeremy needed. Proof, things I could touch. They would say, oh, right there, that house over there, It's like, there's no house there. Well, no, it's land, but there was a house there. Your great-grandfather lived there, and we had lots of cattle, we had land, and all this beautiful stuff. And I didn't believe it. Well, where are the pictures? Oh, they didn't take pictures back then. They did take pictures back then. And there were paintings back then, and there were other objects of material culture, but they had been dispersed. And maybe the reason why they were uncomfortable talking about this was in the manner in which they were dispersed, the reasons why. And a lot of the reasons why were because we had a schism in our family. Many of the people who were in our family left. They had to leave, really, they did. And many of the people who stayed behind had to stay behind because there was not a transferable skill or ability. So the people who left went to pursue better opportunities for their family. I think we were all trying to do that in some way, or most decent people try. With that was a split of our material culture. And so this is during the Great Migration. We see people move to Chicago. We see people move to California. We even had some cousins move to Mexico. Still have not gotten a postcard from them. Even though I did hear that they are back in the United States. Actually, I'm certain they are. So that's the image that really started it, because I knew it existed, at least at one time, and I said, I'm going to find this. Now, the catalyst for this was when I became interested in my family history, I visited a local institution. So, well, they'll know all about it. When I was explaining to my wife, well, it's like this, I'm from this, it's complicated. She didn't understand it. She had Akkadian ancestry, but she did not have Creole ancestry. She didn't understand even some of the complex aspects of people of African descent in this Louisiana colony. So I said, well, let's go to a museum and we'll learn all about it. We'll have lunch and it'll be a-okay. We went to the museum and it was, I was underrepresented. There were no pictures or paintings or even honorable mentions of my people, and that didn't make sense. Because how is it that my people of African descent, free people, even accommodated for a fifth of the population, owned a fourth of the properties, were literate, and were movers and shakers. In fact, even my enslaved ancestors were underrepresented. There were certainly artifacts pertaining to their enslavers, but they failed to mention that some of the most beautiful artifacts, the armoires, the mantelpieces, and other beautifully crafted furniture was often made by these free men of color from Saint-Domingue or Haiti. So, me being who I am, I said, I need to speak to a curator at once. So I was very entitled, and sometimes I have to check myself still. And so they said, there is no curator on site today, but the director's here. I said, yeah, get me him. Even better. So I spoke to him, and he just kind of listened and gave me a smug look. And he said, the reason we don't have these things is they don't exist. I said, well, said they have to exist. These people were prolific, they were important, they were celebrated. What do you mean they don't exist? Well, you know what, sir? I invite you to find them then. It was the wrong thing to say. Best way to get me to do something is challenge me. And so I said, I'm going to find them. So it was a strange situation. Like I said, this is not my training. I mean, I don't have an academic background. I would say, and I say this often, I think I'm of average intelligence at best. My ACT score will attest to that. I guarantee it. But you know, it doesn't matter. I think persistence is more important than anything else. So this picture kind of lit a fire beneath me because it said, well, this is evidence that something existed. It existed in the 1960s. That's not that long ago. It's 2013. I got to be able to find it. I'll just ask my grandmother. Grandmother didn't know anything about it. Her cousins didn't know anything about it. And I kind of, for a minute, felt a little bit like, okay, maybe this stuff isn't there. Maybe it's not there. But I began to dig around, and I began to look in libraries, and I didn't find much. Then I started digging on the internet. And what's something that has really opened up, as all of you know, is our ability to connect, has been social media. So we began to find, I was able to just look my last name up and start connecting with people on Facebook. Then I was able to start connecting with people doing research on my family, our family, on social media. And I was able to connect with these people, and I got very, very involved in it. And I came across a lot of pieces that did exist. Where they were was anyone's guess, but they existed, and that gave me hope. So can we go to the next one? So it took a little while. About 10 years, I did find the painting. And two others of the same guy. So one of the picture you saw before is actually a photograph that was done in the 1880s of this painting. But and that one burned in a fire. I was able to trace that where it burned in a fire in the 1970s. Spoke to my cousins, and we confirmed that. And then there's another one that exists that went to Mexico with some of our cousins. It's back in the United States. I've yet to make contact with them, but I said I'm persistent, and I believe polite persistence goes a long way. This one, though, is really, you've heard of me probably from the Belisaire painting, which is an extraordinary thing, and we'll talk about this. But this painting is really exceptionally important to me, not just because he's my ancestor, but because of where it was and how he got it back. So this was in a basement in California. The family who owned this left in around the year 1920, left Louisiana. I found a dusty Yahoo message group where a lady had said, we have a painting of our ancestor. I think she might have even said, it's kind of funny and scary looking and this and that, but it's at my cousin's house. Well, I reached out to her and we began to talk. It took about 5 or 6 years to get a photograph of this. And along the way, though, was one of the more interesting things. So this man's name is Martin Donato Bello. He's a free man of color. He's born in New Orleans around 1760. Okay, his father was a Spanish officer, and his mother was a woman of mixed ancestry who was born enslaved. Okay, so Martin obviously and his siblings did become free. We have not found manumission records, and some believe, well, he was born free, but I'm not certain about that. I'm rather certain he was born enslaved. But he did obviously become free. In this painting, he is 88 years old. Yes, he still is, and he actually had a child the next year. I can't make this up. Long story short, his father's name is Donato Bello. Donato Bello was the Spanish officer who had the relationship with the enslaved woman, who obviously became free. When I contacted the people on the dusty Yahoo Messenger, they were convinced this was Donato Bello because Martin was a man of color. We're not people of color. So you're obviously mistaken, sir. So maybe so. Well, all they had to do was turn the picture over and it said Martin Donato Bello. So you rang that bell, and it was, anyone ever seen The Color Purple? It was that moment with Celia and her sister. They actually were very receptive to the idea. They were not funny about the idea. And they said, oh my goodness, we've opened a can of worms, and now this makes so much sense why Grandma was strange, Mama was strange, and everybody was acting so strange. So it took many years, but I was able to contact them and say, listen, this needs to come back to Louisiana, and we need to tell these stories, and we need to tell these stories about how our cousins did leave, did cross the color line, but were united again. I stay in contact with these people, and I have every intention of continuing. So the painting, as you see, suffered some damage along the years. If we can go, it looks very different now. He's been brought back to his I guess, yes, well, I don't know if you could say glory, but his grand appearance. He's a serious man. And I won't get so much into the history of Martin Donato because there's a lot of information available, but he is one of these complicated figures in our Creole story, an enslaved man who did become an enslaver, who also liberated enslaved people, who also sponsored an enslaved man to become free. I myself descend. My grandmother would just be petrified I tell this story, but I do. I descend through Martin's son's daughter, who was enslaved, who had a relationship with Martin's white cousin, who was an overseer on his plantation, who married my enslaved ancestor during Reconstruction when interracial marriage was legal. That's complicated. I have the painting. The painting has been on display at the Ogden Museum of Art for a year, and I'm hoping that there's going to be a long-term loan with the New Orleans Museum of Art because it needs to be here. And because these are the complicated histories that we're fighting to just untangle. So that's a lot in a picture, and that's a lot that was intentionally forgotten, omitted. He died in 48, 88, if I'm not mistaken, 88. I think he was 81. I might have said, I think he was 81 in this picture, had a child at 82, and I passed at 88. It's insane. So let's just, what's in his hand? Sorry. What's in his hand is a snuff box. And a snuff box is typically a silver box with shredded tobacco. Tobacco, as some of you know, is delicious, but maybe not the best habit. Well, they actually sniff tobacco back then. Not a great habit, but it was a show of wealth, and distinguished gentlemen would have to have that. So let's just get the elephant. Talk about the elephant in the room. So during that journey, when I was looking for material culture that didn't exist, I came across the first picture on the left here. I said, okay, that's an interesting picture. It said deaccessioned from the New Orleans Museum of Art. Have y'all heard of this place? The New Orleans Museum of Art? So it was sold at Christie's in 2004, I believe. And a dealer bought it, and he did a cleaning, and we see on the right. Now, I found the picture on the right about a month later into my research, and I remembered the other picture, and I created a file. They didn't know anything about any of the people in the picture. They just said, Louisiana kids. And so it's always stayed in my mind. I posted it over and over on social media. Remember, we talked about social media earlier and the importance. And it took about another maybe 8 to 10 years, but one day someone said, oh, I remember that painting being sold in a shop. And I said, where? And they said, in Alexandria, Virginia. I said, well, what was the name of the shop? Gave me the name of the shop. The shop was closed, long gone. So I did a little deep dive. I had sharpened some of my skills in ancestry and finding things. I've been stalking these cousins in California. This wasn't going to be difficult. So I find the guy who owned the shop, and I called, and he didn't answer. And I called again, and he didn't answer. Next week I called, and he didn't answer. And I left a message, and that was that. So one night, we had just had our first child, and I think he was maybe 3 months old, and we had just gotten him to sleep, and the phone rings. I said, I don't care who that is. That's not going to happen. You know, we're not waking this kid up under any circumstances. So the next morning, I picked up the phone, and it was the dealer. Yeah, I got your message, you know. What do you want? I'll call you back. I heard I sold that painting a long time ago. the attitude of most people who are dealers and they no longer have a painting. Okay. So fast forward, I was excited, I was thrilled, and I waited until 8 a.m. and I called and he didn't answer. I waited 10, didn't answer. I didn't hear from him for like a week or two. When I finally did, I told him, listen, I have been obsessed with this painting for the longest time. I have to find out more about it. I sold it. What do you want to know about it? I said, I got to know everything about it. Who'd you sell it to? He's like, I don't know. I have my records in storage. It's in the middle of COVID. I said, look, I'll fly down with an N95 mask and I'll start digging through this. And he talked to me. He said, you're insane. I said, I know. He said, no, what is wrong with you? I said, look, I need to see this. I need proof. I need to see this. There's something going on here. I want to get to the bottom of it. Are they all related? Is one just maybe a darker complexion? We've seen that in our own family. Sure, maybe. What is the story? And also, what's the deal with once he was covered up and now he's uncovered? We got to get to this. And also, what was the New Orleans Museum of Art thinking? Well, I sent them an email asking about it, and I didn't get a response. Well, it's the same painting, yes. So they had it at some point. They had it was donated, and I'll get into that. And they had it for about 30 years and never did anything with it. Some people said, well, they didn't know. They didn't know. Okay, long story short, I get in contact. He finds, miraculously, when he realized how crazy I was, he said, well, all right, he contacts the person who owns it. I speak to the person. The person says, I felt like I'm just holding on this painting for someone to come along and look it up. So I'm that guy. I'm here. And here I am. It's obvious. And they were wonderful. They wanted to know more about the story. So we came up with an agreement, and I was able to acquire the painting, which was insane during COVID with a 3-month-old child. And everyone told me so. My parents thought I was crazy. They're like, we don't know what's going to happen. This could be turned into a zombie movie at any moment. Okay, what if they freeze bank account? No one knew. You remember the fear and paralysis of COVID. I said, I know, but I got a painting coming in the mail, so I know that. And it didn't fit in the mail. I actually had to hire 2 ladies to go pick it up, a hotshot service. Anyway, long story short, and I think we can go maybe to the next one. So the painting arrived. And, so I'm looking at this kid and I'm looking at this painting and I said, oh my goodness, what did I do? Who are these people? Where do I begin with this? So I opened up that file. This was in 2021. I opened up that file I had in 2015. And I had an interesting detail. I found who had donated the painting to the New Orleans Museum of Art. I had put it there and I had a census record. But I needed more information. One, how do I know? It's just because they donated it, how do I know they didn't just buy this from a garage sale the week before? How do I prove that they were connected and related? Well, I'm not sure if I don't think I put it on this. But I was able to find, by digging in the Times-Picayune, an article where they did, in fact, say that this was part of their family and it descended in their maternal line. And disturbing, it said there's a shadow of a figure that's been covered over, and he's a slave that had made the master angry, so they had covered him over. So I would say, let's see what's next. So obviously we became, into the aware that this was a bigger story. There was something more here. Because what we became aware of, and let's go next. I think I'm out of order here. Did it go out of? Oh, there we go. So eventually, I was on the board of the acquisition board of the New Orleans Museum of Art at the time. And I won't go so much into this, mainly because I'm just kind of over it. But I did what anybody with sense would do. I contacted him and said, I found it. The painting that y'all made a mistake and got rid of. Well, it's here. And I put a bow on it. And they looked at me like I was crazy. And they're like, okay, well, so what? And I said, listen, this is very important. And this is right in the middle of this movement in our country where people became interested in Black rights and the Black Lives Matter movement and material culture. But for some reason, they were still not interested, and I didn't know why, and I'll let you fill in the blanks. Eventually, I did get their records after I resigned from the board. And what I found is that they had the exact account that was in the newspaper where they knew that this person had been covered over. Well, maybe they had forgotten about it. Well, no, because in 2005, when they sent it to Christie's, if you read it on the top right, it also says that there's a figure covered over. So you figure that out. But moving on, long story short. Oh, did we miss it? Miss one? Yeah. Sorry, I had those out of order. Long story short, we wanted to tell this story, and so we contacted the New York Times. Of course, why not? And yeah, it seemed kind of, I was like, listen, everyone needs to know about this, and we need to figure out what's going on with this. And so we contacted the New York Times, and they were interested in telling this story. If you haven't watched their mini documentary, there's a mini documentary on this process of getting the painting, having it reconserved, cleaned again, so we could have a clearer vision of what the painting should look like and what Belisaire, we would find out who all of these people were, and the story of Belisaire. Sorry if I'm skipping around. I've told this story so many times, and I don't know exactly where y'all are in your level of knowledge. But long story short, we were able to trace back that this did descend in the maternal line of this lady's family, and we were able to identify through records who all of the people were. Okay, and that was a really amazing point, and we only, because they were in New Orleans, their home was actually where the Monteleone Hotel bar stands now. We were able to see, this was not a large plantation with 300 enslaved people. There was only domestic enslaved people, and only one boy of the age, so it was clearly him. And we were able to put that back together, and it was really an amazing experience, and find out more about his life. I would invite you to read more about that. I don't want to go into the whole story because we could be here for hours. But long story short, we did figure out that Belisaire did survive past the Civil War. We did not know that at the time during the New York Times documentary, but he did survive to live freedom, to live and enjoy freedom. So that was moving. Okay, so next. His name was Belisaire, and I would invite y'all to read it. I'm not going to spend the whole presentation on it just because there's so much information on it. So people have asked, okay, well, what some of the other things have you collected? Have you ever seen anything else covered over? Nothing like a Belisaire. Just something as simple as this, where somebody had covered up the tondo, this spandrel, this oval, and put a murky background. So this is not so common, but erasure is very common, and especially in museums and other institutions historically. And the archive is biased, so we do not know what we don't know because of the people who are in charge of the records and everything else. So let's go next. So I began to look for material culture, as I said, in 2013, and I've been very fortunate to find a lot of material culture. People ask, how do you do it? And the only way I can say how I do it is just persistence. I scan auction records, I reach out, and I share things on social media. One of the reasons that I didn't want a grand presentation with lots of graphics is, one, I don't know how to do that. And two, because I share a lot of graphics and interesting visual things on my Instagram, and I have about 36,000 followers, and I would love 37,000 if y'all would like to add me. But I'm saturated by imagery, and I look at images all day, so I wanted to be here with you all and talk to you and have not so much images. But these are some of my favorite items that I have found. The first one is a free man of color named Philippe Legueste. He's listed as the wealthiest free man of color in New Orleans in 1850. Legoaster, Legoaster. Some people have said Legoaster, and he is, yes, he is also related to the Gaillards, Gaillard. This was done in France, and he actually, like many of our Creole cousins, became fed up with the increased legislation, limitations of free people of color, and left permanently for France, and continued to maintain his properties, and his children actually maintained his properties in New Orleans, but they too kind of crossed that color line after a while. So finding that and bringing it back, and there has been an article in the past, Miss Mary Gaiman wrote about this piece in an earlier Louisiana Creole publication, so that should still be online if you want to learn more. The other piece that I found recently is interesting because it's a French piece that was inspired by Uncle Tom's Cabin, and we had seen engravings of it, and at the Harriet Beecher Stowe Museum, the author, we see carte de visites or photographs of it in her home, and even a copy. But this is the original. So this was in France. No one knew who this was. This is Eva Topsy. The scene takes place in New Orleans. It's a very unusual, strange scene, very French. And no one knew, where this original was, and I wasn't aware of the image or what it meant, but I shared it on Instagram, and someone said, wait a minute, I worked at a museum with that image. So another way that the social media opened up and gave me answers. The third piece is fascinating to me, and I think we spoke about this. This is a woman named Nanette Fortin. She was an enslaved woman, born enslaved. She was actually born, I believe, on the plantation of the Parents, which was partially owned by the Duplantiers. Okay, and she was the personal servant of André Bienvenu Ramon, Governor André Bienvenu Ramon, related to Jacques Telefort Ramon of Oak Alley. What is strange about this piece is one of the things I did early on was to get my material culture in museums, I had to leverage and hedge my bets by buying their material culture. So they weren't interested so much, even after I found these things that they challenged me to find. They're still, well, okay, we're not doing an exhibit on that. I said, fine, well, what are y'all doing an exhibit on? I have something related to that. I bought an album of 100 images that belonged to the governor of Louisiana. They were very interested in that. I also bought a painting of the governor of Louisiana and his daughter and his daughter's father-in-law. I have quite a few paintings. But hidden in that photo album, when I began to inventory the images, was a picture of this lady. And it was hidden behind another image, and that blew my mind. And luckily, I was able to do some research, and we found a lithograph of this lady's name. And if you go to Oak Alley today, they have her will, which was written by the governor's son, very strange. And I won't say they treated her well, but they held her in some sort of esteem to where they felt the need to remember her. But she had been forgotten, evidently, or hidden in this album. So when I found that, I felt that this is one of the most important things, again, in rediscovering these hidden things and sharing the story with the world. This is next. Okay, another piece, and a little bit of, I'll just kind of go on this. So much of what I find is unidentified. So many of the pieces have lost their identity because of this diaspora that happened with people of African descent leaving. So while many people began to focus, people with money and privilege began to focus on preservation, we were often focused on survival, putting food on the table. So we lost a lot of our material culture if it didn't even walk off with our white cousins. It was lost other ways. Sometimes early dealers were very interested in grabbing some of our pieces and fetishizing them. And we see them in museums today. And finally, people are starting to say, oh, actually, that's not George Washington's cook. We just cleaned it and found out that he's likely a man from the West Indies who was someone else altogether. And that's one instance, and it keeps happening. Oh, this is not just a goofy picture of someone. This is a mathematician who's known as the first black mathematician. That happened a few weeks ago. I don't know if y'all have read this. So my pursuit still is to find the identities of people who have been lost to time. This gentleman was somebody. And obviously, to have his portrait, a miniature portrait made on ivory, he's somebody, and I'm very hopeful we'll find out who he is one day. New Orleans gentleman. So, yes.
How large is this piece, and where would it have been worn?
So one of the reasons why, thank you, that's a great question. One of the reasons why I think a piece like this has survived is because it's, oh, sorry. So she asked the question, she said, well, how large is this piece, and how would it have been stored or would it have been worn? So one of the reasons I think a piece like this has survived is because it's only about this big. It's a miniature portrait. If you take it out of the case, it really is tiny. And this would have been a piece of kind of intimate apparel given to somebody, a loved one, maybe a mother, maybe a spouse. And I think it was, because it was small, it was mobile. So even if you left Louisiana and you were going somewhere across the country, it was able to be saved. We can't say that with many documents, many large paintings, and everything else. But I'm putting it out there into the universe, just like I did with the Belisaire painting and the others, so maybe someone will be able to tell me one day, aha. So let's see what's next in my limited visual presentation. So people often ask, well, what are some of the more disturbing things that you've found in your pursuit of material culture? And the one on the right, we don't even have to talk about. It's disturbing. It was found beneath a building in New Orleans. It was in a private collection, and I did something. A lot of people ask, well, how do you acquire some of these things? Well, sometimes I have to open my wallet and do it, and other times I just ask. Just ask, hey, I want that piece, and I'll take care of it. And this was actually donated to me. So you just got to ask. They can only say no. So now the other disturbing thing is the files on the left. I was contacted by someone, and they said, hey, isn't your family from Opelousas or something? I said, yeah, they're from Opelousas or something. And so they said, well, we bought a bunch of files from Opelousas. I said, you bought files from Opelousas? Well, he sends me pictures of this, and I said, that file you have is actually the succession of my great-great-grandfather that's not filed in the Opelousas courthouse and has been missing for years. That's disturbing to me because it shows how much has been lost, even that was meant to be saved. And so that is one of the more disturbing things. It actually hit me kind of in an emotional way because I began to look through that. The littlest of items tell a story in an inventory. And, even to see something like a bookshelf it means something. When you think about my grandfather, who passed at 95, was illiterate. But here his relatives are in the 1850s with a bookshelf. Wow. So this is proof. Remember the guy who always needs proof. And this is proof of that these stories are important. They need to continue to be told. And hopefully some of you and me and others will continue to do this. I don't know. So lastly, or I'm not sure if this is last. It is last. This is me and my ancestors in front of the painting of my ancestor. And we're in a kind of a digital reunion. And I think that's important because I think our ancestors walk with us. I said I was not of extraordinary intelligence, but I don't believe in luck. I believe that, there is a law of attraction. I think our ancestors move, and I think there are stories that need to be told and are being told because for those who listen, we hear and we will share. So that's what I would invite you to do, and hopefully I'm doing good on time. And I was going to just say if there's any questions, please feel free to ask, and I hope this presentation was okay. So.
Let me introduce to you Mr. Alan Rosenberg, our last presenter. We have had just outstanding presentations, and we have one more for you. He has a master's degree, I don't want to forget that part because I didn't include on my notes here, in museum studies. Alan Rosenberg is a historian and curator of art and design. His essays have appeared in print in publications including 19th Century, these are the names of the publications, Silver Magazine, and the St. James Encyclopedia of Fashion, and have accompanied exhibitions at venues such as the Palos Verde Art Center and Galleria H2O in Barcelona. He has curated exhibitions for galleries including Icon 20 and Octavia Art Gallery, and has lectured at museums including the Copper Hewitt Museum, the Cleveland Museum of Art, the Arkansas Art Center, and organizations such as the Victorian Society. For 5 years, he was director of the Metropolitan Historic Structures Association and Alliance of New York-based house museums. He recently taught a course in the history of 19th century decorative arts in the Master of Arts program in Fine Arts and Decorative Art and Design at Sotheby's Institute of Art. We are so pleased to have someone here with his expertise. And of course, I keep mixing up him and his brother who's sitting there, Charles. But we're glad. Charles lives in California, right? And he lives in New York. So if I could just keep those straight, that would be good. But let me introduce to you, and you can welcome Alan Rosenberg. You can use this one or that one. Hold on. Testing. Can you hear well? Okay.
Thanks. So, bonjour mes cousins. Bonjour, bonsoir, bon après-midi. This is a, oops. This is a photograph of my grandmother, taken by Arthur Baidu. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Arthur Baidu. And she appears on the cover of the LaCreole's journal, which was just released today. And I want to thank Ingrid Stanley for her incredible job editing. I actually submitted a manuscript that was almost 8,000 words, and her job was to cut it down to 3,000 words. But all the material that, it's wonderful because all that material that you cut out, I'm going to get published elsewhere, like 64 parishes. Yeah. So, I'm going to talk about my own experience with family heirlooms because my grandmother's, my mother was a native New Orleanian who passed away 2 years ago. For those of you who are from New Orleans, I'm not, as far as I know, related to the Rosenberg family of the furniture store. My mother, I'll tell this story in a moment, but my mother moved to New York in the early 1960s, where she met my father, who was of Polish-Jewish ancestry. So I'm Jewish Creole. Okay. So my grandmother's family, they gave Baidu a lot of business. We inherit, my brother and I, who co-wrote the article, he did more of the genealogical research, and I did more of the art historical research. We inherited 9 photographs by Arthur Baidu of my grandmother and her sisters, which I'm going to show you, and which are illustrated in the article. And I brought 5 of them here. When we inherited them, they were in a shoebox, but I have put them in antique frames, and you can get a look here when I finish, although our schedule is tight. And you can see how I've kept the original mats that Beidou presented his photographs in that include his name in script, and that's how we were able to identify the photographer. Now, this is obviously the type of thing that you would want to keep in your family and hopefully pass down to the next generation. As far as evaluating your heirlooms, I think there's just a few questions that you need to ask yourself. The first question is, well, do I want to keep it? Well, I think I definitely want to keep a photograph of my grandmother and all the other ones too. I'll share them with my brother. Oh, fortunately, some of these photographs we had multiple prints of, the original prints by Beidou, so my brother and I are able to share them. So he has a few of them in Los Angeles, I have some of them in New York, and now some of them are going into our house here in New Orleans. Okay, I'm going to go right into my script, and I'm going to tell you the story of these photographs, but I'm going to go from the 1930s back to 1718, and then back to the 1930s again, and I'm going to do it pretty quickly, but the rest of the story you can find in the journal. The photograph of my maternal grandmother, taken around 1929 by Arthur P. Beidou, is one that we have always treasured in our family and displayed in our home, and I am so pleased and humbled that it appears on the cover of LaCreole's 2024 journal, along with an article about my grandmother's family that I'm going to try to quickly summarize here. Along with the genealogical story, I will share practical advice about preserving and passing on family heirlooms, using my own experience with 9 photos by Beidou that we inherited. My mother's mother, who you see here, Yvonne Marie Rivoal, was born in 1904, and she died in 1969 when my twin brother and I were 3 years old. So we really only knew her through photographs and stories of her life in New Orleans. Her sister, Yolande Louise, born in 1913, played the role of grandmother to us, and through her we maintained strong ties to New Orleans, visiting on holidays while growing up in New York, where my mother had met my father in the early 1960s. After my great-aunt Yolande, or Yolanda, as she was also known, after she passed away in 1992, the rest of a remarkable collection of Beidou portraits of 3 of the 5 Rivoal siblings came to light amongst her possessions, along with a number of other old family photographs, giving us a literal picture of her family's life in New Orleans going back to the 1870s. Our genealogical research has filled in that picture, extending the family story back to the earliest years of French colonization of Louisiana. My grandmother, her 3 sisters, and 1 brother all grew up in New Orleans' 7th Ward, the French Quarter, and the Marigny. The family was firmly entrenched in the community of free people of color, the community of Creole people of color for many generations. Their parents, next slide, Placide Joseph Rivoal, this is my great-grandfather, and unfortunately we have very few photographs of him. My grandmother's parents, Placide Joseph Rivoal and Edwige Minette Morand, married in 1899, and when they began to have a family, they started to cross the color line and occasionally pass as white. Their passing was informal and opportunistic. They passed when it was advantageous and convenient, but were otherwise embedded in the Creole community of Tremé, the Faubourg Marigny, and the 7th Ward. Next slide. My grandmother, Yvonne, married, that's my, this is Lagniappe. That's my grandmother with my mother and her brother, my late uncle. Next slide. Oh, and this is my mother with her mother. So you just saw my grandmother photographed by Beidou in the 1930s, and this is my grandmother around 1963. Oh, and I'm bringing it up a little. And this is my mother in New York, and I just wanted to show you that, oh yeah, well, I'll tell you, I'll read it to you. My twin brother and I were born in 1966, and throughout our lives, my mother firmly instilled in us that we were Creole, but she never mentioned what that may have meant racially. We understood Creole to mean that a person was of at least some French ancestry, was Catholic, although we heard a different definition of Creole earlier, because as we know, the definition is constantly in flux, and still is. My mother firmly instilled in us that we were Creole, but never mentioned what that may have meant racially. We understood Creole to mean that a person was of at least some French ancestry, was Catholic, perhaps spoke French, as my mother did, and maintained Creole foodways. My mother was an outstanding cook and made gumbo, jambalaya, red beans and rice, and stuffed mirlitons. You see her stuffed mirlitons? Yeah. And this is in New York. And mirlitons at that time were not so easy to find in New York. She made stuffed mirlitons and a number of lesser-known recipes in the Creole culinary repertoire, such as bouillie, boiled beef en vinaigrette. In fact, as my mother often said, Creoles would eat any kind of leftovers cold the next day with vinaigrette sauce. My mother kept a Creole coffee pot on display in the kitchen. She never used it, but it was a daily reminder of our New Orleans heritage. She and my great aunt had a don't ask, don't tell policy on racial identity. And so we didn't ask and didn't think much about it. But after our great aunt Yolande's death, our mother revealed what she described as her aunt's deathbed confession, that she was not entirely white. This came as no great surprise to my brother and myself, and suddenly some pieces of the family puzzle fell into place. Much more fell into place as we were further and further drawn into the practice of genealogy. Next slide. Somehow we missed a slide. Oh, back one more, and one more. Oh, I have a slide here that doesn't seem to be in there, but that's okay. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Okay. My grandmother Yvonne's father, whose photograph you saw a moment ago, was the son of Arthur Revoil, who you see here, a cigar maker, and his wife, Marie Josephine Garcia, a dressmaker. Born enslaved but freed at a young age, Arthur Revoil grew up in the home of his stepfather, Lucien Lolo Mancion, for whom he worked as a young man. Mancion was a wealthy and prominent free person of color whose cigar manufactory may have been the largest in New Orleans. We do not have any portraits of Lucien Mancion, but there is a very fine portrait. Oh, can we just scroll back one more? Here's a close-up of Arthur Revoil, and I'll tell you in a moment about his military uniform. As I said, he was born enslaved. But he grew up in the home of his stepfather, Lucien Mancion. We do not have any portraits of Lucien Mancion, but there's a very fine portrait of his uncle, George Alsace, who was a partner in the cigar business. This 1870 portrait and the one of his wife, Elizabeth Alice Briot, by the French artist François Bernard, are in the Louisiana State Museum, and there is an excellent article about them by Wendy Castanel that you can find online if you're interested. Lucien Mancion, Arthur Rivoal's stepfather, is the subject of one of the profiles of free men of color by Rodolphe Lucien Desdunes, published in his 1911 book, Nos Hommes et Notre Histoire. Desdunes memorializes Mancion's philanthropy towards those in the Creole community who chose to emigrate to Mexico and Haiti to escape racial inequality in New Orleans. Desdunes wrote about Mancion, "We had the pleasure and honor of knowing Mr. Lolo Mancion. It was indeed a privilege to be admitted into the society of such a man. This venerable and interesting old man attracted us not only by his fine social qualities, but even more by his talent and his patriotic feelings. Mr. Mancion was an excellent poet and at the same time a devoted patriot. It is known that in 1855, the persecution inaugurated against the Creoles was particularly rigorous. We have it on good authority that Mr. Mancion generously gave a portion of his fortune to facilitate the removal of his compatriots. Many of them took advantage of this movement to escape the rigors of prejudice. Mexico and Haiti had opened the doors of hospitality to them, and thanks to Mr. Mancion's generosity, the unfortunate exiles were thus able to enjoy the advantages of freedom and security in friendly countries." Okay, next. Arthur Rivoal's, again, this is Arthur Rivoal. Arthur Rivoal's mother, Aileen Palau, maintained a household with Lucien Mancion and was the mother of 6 of his children. But Aileen gave birth to Arthur much earlier in her life. Around 1833, when she was 14 years old, Aileen had been enslaved. She gave birth to Arthur much earlier in her life, around 1833, when she was 14 years old. Aileen had been enslaved at that time in the household of Rosalie Palau, born Andry, A-N-D-R-Y. And it appears that Aileen engaged in, or may have been forced into, a sexual relationship with Rosalie Palau's grandson, Charles Rivoal. In 1834, when Rosalie Palau made her will, she declared, "I free my slave named Aileen, her child named Arthur, and all children she might later have." In an inventory of Palau's estate, Aileen and Arthur were described as, quote, Aileen, a quadroon of 16 years, and her child, Arthur, aged 2 years, estimated together at $700. In addition to their freedom, she bequeathed to Aileen $100 and to Arthur, her grandson, $400, a significant amount of money in 1834, equivalent to approximately $15,000 today. Arthur Rivoal served in the 1st Louisiana Native Guard, the short-lived militia that was formed in New Orleans by free men of color in 1861 after Louisiana seceded and joined the Confederacy. He was a sergeant major according to the records of Louisiana Confederate soldiers and Louisiana Confederate commands, which was published in 1920. It seems remarkable that a formerly enslaved person would fight for the Confederacy. But as Fatima Sheikh has pointed out in her History of Economy Hall, quote, more than half of the eligible free men of color volunteered. They may have done so to protect their own interests as slaveholders, as some of them were, or simply to ensure their own survival in an increasingly hostile environment of institutionalized white supremacy. If they had fought against the Confederacy on their own soil, they risked being designated alien enemies and becoming prisoners of war. By 1863, Arthur Rivoal had established his own successful cigar manufactory, and he and Marie Josephine Garcia were married that year. The following year, the first of their 5 children, daughter Arizie Elizabeth, was born. Our great-grandfather, Placide Joseph, was the 4th born in 1874. Placide became a well-respected tailor, and in 1899, he married Edwige Minette Morand, next slide, the daughter of Nelson Etienne Docmeny Morand, my great-great-grandfather, who you see here in a tintype portrait, which this is one of the photographs that we inherited. Nelson Morand was a descendant of one of the first French settlers in Louisiana, Charles-Antoine de Morand d'Auquemenil, Seigneur de Bois-Ricard, who arrived around 1718 on the orders of King Louis XIV. Next slide. The name Docmeny is a corruption of D'Auquemenil, D'-A-U-Q-U-E-M-E-S-N-I-L. And those doing genealogical research on the Morand family will find a number of different spellings, some of which you see up here. Docmeny spelled with a CK, Docmeny spelled with a C, Docmemy, Dogmenil, Documeny, etc. And Morand is sometimes spelled Morant, M-O-R-A-N-T. Okay, next slide. Charles-Antoine de Morand, who is my 6th great-grandfather, was born in Auquemenil, near Rouen, in Normandy, the son of Antoine de Morand and Jean d'Héron. The Morand family has medieval, and you see exactly where they're from, up there. Next slide. The Morand family has medieval origins according to the Dictionnaire Généalogique, published in 1761. According to the Dictionnaire, they can be traced as far back as Outry de Morant, an equerry to King Philip VI in 1339. Their seigneury was granted in 1550, and they were further raised to the nobility on August 13, 1668. Their coat of arms is composed of gules, a red background, with an ermine band. So if there's any, there is a member of the Morand family over here, Vanessa DeMaul. So this is your coat of arms. When Charles-Antoine de Morand, next slide, arrived in newly colonized Louisiana, he established a plantation and brickworks that covered the area that we now know as Treme, on land that had been a gathering and trading place for Houma Indians. In their essential multi-volume study, New Orleans Architecture, Rouliac Toledano and Mary Louise Christovich devote volume 6 to the Faubourg Treme and the Bayou Road, and chapter 2 entirely to the history of Morand's acquisition of the land and the enterprises he carried out there. They wrote, as a surveyor's assistant to Adrien de Poget, the cartographer who designed the streets of the Vieux Carré, and Leblanc de la Tour, an engineer who constructed the first levees, Morand was responsible for many developments within New Orleans. Being industrious and qualified in several occupations and professions, Morand established a brickyard under the aegis of the Compagnie des Indes, along with a faïencerie, or a tile works. According to the 1727 census, Morand resided with his wife, Anne Hayes, their children, and 7 slaves in a house on Charter Street. When the Company of the Indies failed in 1730, Morand saw an opportunity to purchase the brickyard and surrounding land and soon moved his family to the Bayou Road plantation. Within the next 25 years, he more than tripled his holdings. Next slide. He more than tripled his holdings along Bayou Road and the Mississippi River, increased his political prestige, and became one of New Orleans' prominent 18th century citizens. As a surveyor, warehouse keeper for the king, brickyard director, planter, and lawyer, Morand should be considered a major French settler, according to Toledano and Christovich. And Toledano and Christovich quote at length letters from Morand to his superiors at the Compagnie des Indes, and they reproduce various ancient maps and refer to numerous surviving documents to paint a vivid picture of an early Louisiana colonist. They further lay out the story of how the Morand plantation, and you see the house here, they further lay out the story of how the Morand plantation became Treme in remarkable detail, showing how Morand's descendants disposed of the extensive land holdings he accumulated. It was his son, Charles de Morand Jr., who incidentally had a relationship with Marie Henriette Dubreuil-Lavaux, who I thought was Marie Laveau's aunt, but Ina Fandrick tells me that I'm incorrect about that. But in any case, there is a family connection to both Marie Laveaux and Venerable Henriette Delille. Any other Henriette Delille family members here? Yes, yes, yes. So pray for a miracle. The plantation, so Charles de Morand, in 1775, the son of Charles Antoine, in 1775, he sold the, quote, Great Morand tract behind the city on both sides of Bayou Road, end quote, to Paul Moreau. Moreau's granddaughter, Julie, married Claude Treme, who proceeded to develop the property after 1794. The plantation house that Charles de Morand built survived until 1926, when it was demolished. The site is now used by Treme's historic St. Augustine Church as a recreational area and playground. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is yes. This is another version of the same photograph that I showed you. This I believe is called a crayon portrait. It's a photograph. But the previous one was a tintype. And I just want to show you the miracles that that people in the restoration and conservation community can do. This photograph you see has a big crack in the middle, but next slide. A good friend of mine does digital photo restoring, and although she didn't restore the original photograph, which we have, she did this lovely digital restoration. So that can be done if you want to share damaged photographs with other family members. Okay, so back to Nelson E.D. Morand, Nelson Etienne Docmeny Morand. He was born in 1839, and he was an undertaker whose firm was located at 338 Love Street, the previous name for a stretch of Rampart Street between Esplanade and Kerlerec. Next slide. We know this thanks to the preservation in the New Orleans Public Library of the 1876 invoice from Morand for the funeral arrangements for Francois Lacroix, a wealthy and influential Creole person of color. Yeah, I know. Thanks. My brother's timing me. Because we have to be out of here at 4:45, is that correct? Yeah, well, I have to end it, or we have to end at 4:30 and then be out at 4:45. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the 1876 invoice from Morand for the funeral arrangements for Francois Lacroix, a wealthy and influential Creole person of color. The heading of the invoice notes that the firm offered metallic coffins and glass hearses, tombs and vaults, crepes, candles, and funeral bills, and also supplied carriages for hire at all hours for reasonable terms. Although the letterhead is printed in English, the invoice is written by hand in French. And now, this never belonged to my family, but I want to make a distinction between the types of things that you would want to keep, like a family portrait, and the types of things that, if you're not able to display it, and I have no interest in displaying this in a frame in my home, or something like this. If you're not going to display it and you can't store it in order to preserve it, you might want to consider passing it on to an institution, either via donation or sale. So these are the questions that you have to ask yourself. Do I want to display it? Do I have somebody that I can pass it on to? Or if I can't display it or store it properly, how can I pass it on to an appropriate institution? Okay, Nelson Moran presided over a substantial enterprise, next slide, and presumably his wife, Therese, presided over an equally substantial household, raising 5 children. Marie-Thérèse Fortin, who may be related to Nanette Fortin, who Jeremy spoke about, but we haven't quite figured that out yet. Marie-Thérèse Fortin was a free woman of color born in 1848. She and Nelson Moran married in 1866. Next slide. One of their sons, Seymour, became a stonemason, and this photograph has not either been digitally restored or physically restored, so it's difficult to see, but Seymour Moran, who would be my great-granduncle, or my second great-uncle, is on the right, holding a stonemason's mallet. And I just want to point out that Seymour Moran and his co-worker are wearing what we call a bowler hat today, but which is actually really known as a coke hat, named for the British nobleman or aristocrat who first commissioned this style of hat, which was designed to be worn, it was a helmet designed to be worn by workers. If you've ever held a real bowler hat, or what they call in the UK sometimes a coke hat, C-O-K-E, and you knock on the top, it's hard on top. So that was originally a working men's piece of apparel. So that's just a little side note. Okay, when the invoice that I showed you a moment ago was exhibited in the New Orleans Public Library in their 1996 exhibition, African Americans in New Orleans, Making a Living, Nelson Moran was described as, quote, a prominent African American inhabitant of the city's 7th Ward. I think he would have described himself as a Franco-African, not an African American, but that's just an aside. So the library described him as a prominent African American inhabitant of the city's 7th Ward. And indeed, he was at least respected enough to be invited in 1873 along with his brother Alcée Moran, to be a signatory to the, quote, appeal for the unification of the people of Louisiana, a sweeping statement of equality for all citizens, which was devised by a committee of 100 men, black, white, and colored, led by Dr. Louis-Charles Roudanez. During the Civil War, Nelson Moran had also enlisted in the Confederate Louisiana Native Guard, but presumably for reasons other than maintaining the institution of slavery. Historian, the late Keith Weldon Medley, has sketched out the story of the unification movement. He wrote, "With the end of Reconstruction in 1873, Dr. Rudenez became a chairperson for the unification movement, a campaign by a multiracial group of post-Civil War New Orleanians to rise above the ancient hatreds and prejudices of the antebellum Deep South. Though short-lived and often derided, the unification movement projected a singular vision for Louisiana citizens. More than 1,800 prominent Louisianians of all colors and creeds stepped forward to affix their signature to the unification movement's recorded principles." And unfortunately, I don't have time to read you the list of principles, but that information is available online, and my article has lots of footnotes, and I direct you right to it via the footnotes. So if you want to look that up, just check in the journal. In 1879, Nelson E.D. Morand was elected president of the Société d'économie et d'assistance mutuelle, also known as Economy Hall, the mutual aid society founded by free men of color in 1836. And here I'm sure you're all familiar with this image. That's Economy Hall. The society pooled members' resources to function as a health and funeral insurance corporation for the Creole community, for whom there were no institutions to serve those purposes. And as such, it was the first mutual aid society founded by people of African descent. The Société d'économie's members were described by 19th century Creole author Rodolphe Lucien Desdunes as coming from, quote, the upper class, composed of professional men wishing to distinguish themselves. And distinguish themselves they did, since their mutual aid extended to benevolent and charitable work, such as supporting the education of children of color and civic and political activism, especially regarding universal suffrage regardless of race. Large assemblies were held at Economy Hall in the 1860s, calling for equal voting rights for all men. Additionally, the hall was a social venue where community dances were held and members met to eat and converse. Nelson Morand's presidency of the Société d'économie was short-lived, as he died at the age of 41 in 1880. A notice of his death in the Times-Picayune notes the location of death was Robertson between Columbus and Kerlerec Streets, presumably the family's residence. His fraternal brothers in the society helped him during the illness that preceded his death and walked in the funeral parade before his burial, likely in the uniforms that they wore on these occasions to show their unity and with a brass band to call people to the streets. In 1899, Nelson E.D. Morand and Thérèse Fortin's daughter, Edwige Minette, married Placide Joseph Rivoal, who I introduced earlier, the son of Arthur Rivoal, and Edwige and Placide, my great-grandparents, had their first child, my grandmother, Yvonne Marie, in 1904. Their only son, Alvin Peter, was born in 1908. Three more daughters followed. Germaine in 1910. Can you go 2 slides ahead? Oh, no, this one. Here. Yeah. No, next? Yeah, thanks. Okay. So there's my grandmother on the left, and Germaine in the middle, and Yolande on the right. And there was one more daughter, Dolores, who I'll introduce you to in a moment, and as I said, a son, Alvin. Over the decades, the family moved here and there in the 7th Ward and neighboring areas. The 1910 census indicates that they lived in a home that they owned free from a mortgage at 2127 Spain Street in the St. Roch area. The family's race was designated mulatto. In 1915, when Dolores was born, the family resided at 2304 St. Roch Avenue. Her birth certificate designates her as colored. Okay, now one back, please. Okay, Yolande and presumably the other girls went to the St. Louis Cathedral School and attended the École gratuite de l'Union Française, the free school of the Union Française, which was on North Rampart Street, where they studied French, English, and sewing. In 1928, at 15 years of age, Yolande received her témoignage de satisfaction, or testimony of satisfaction, otherwise known as a diploma, which we still have. And this, I don't have room or interest in displaying my three advanced degrees, or my 3 degrees. One of them is an associate's degree, that's not so advanced, but anyway. So I have no plans on displaying this. I do have the appropriate conditions, like acid-free storage boxes that I could store this in, but I think if my brother agrees, I might get in touch with the Union Française, which still exists uptown on Britannia Street, about a 3-minute walk from my house down here. And I may offer it to them and see if they're interested in keeping it, either displaying it or keeping it in their archives. Okay, next 2 slides ahead. Yeah, thank you. Okay. The earliest photograph by Arthur Bédoux in this family collection is one of 2 that document the education of the Rivoire sisters. Yolande appears here in the upper row, 3rd from left, in a photograph of a class of girls from the St. Louis Cathedral School, as marked as my some family member marked on the reverse of the photo. So Yolande appears in the upper row, 3rd from left. Okay, I'm timing myself. This was taken around 1920. The girls, who appear around 7 years of age, are all beautifully dressed in white, their hair carefully tied with ribbons that also pour out of the luxuriant bouquets and wreaths that they hold. The little girl in the center of the front row holds a banner that reads, "Virtue, my shield." The scene is reverent but celebratory. Presumably they have reached some milestone, perhaps First Holy Communion. The photograph is stamped Arthur Bédoux in the lower right. Oh, and I'm going to quickly show you, this is the next slide. This is the mat, the original mat that this came in, but I framed this photo, next slide, and oh, sorry, this is not a very clear photo, but this frame photo I have back in New York, but I had my framer reproduce the original mat. And I found a period frame, as I did with all these other ones, and put it in the period frame, which I highly recommend, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. This first interaction with Arthur Bédoux would lead to encounters between artist and subjects that entailed 6 separate portrait sittings spread out over at least a decade, a relationship that lasted until the girls were young adults in the mid-1930s. We do not know of any portraits by Bédoux of Alvin. Next, this is Alvin. So we don't know of any portraits by Bédoux of Alvin, who tragically and heroically died at the 1944 Battle of Peleliu in the Pacific during World War II. And we don't have any Bédoux photos of any other family members other than the sisters. And next slide. There are no portraits of Sister Germaine in our collection. She was undoubtedly photographed by Baidu, but she must have taken her portraits with her when she moved to Texas and married in 1934. Germaine, nicknamed Jimmy, was bold, adventurous, had boyfriends. Next slide. That's Germaine with her boyfriend Fred, walking on Canal Street. And the next slide shows how I found a perfect little frame. That's about the size of a postcard. And I found this wonderful 1930s frame for that one. Germaine, nicknamed Jimmy, was bold, adventurous, had boyfriends and several husbands, and seems to have had a satisfying life in Texas, rarely, if ever, returning to New Orleans. In photographs that we have of her later in life, she exudes a sense of family pride surrounded by her children. We hope that her Baidu portraits come to light someday. Arthur Baidu was, of course, a member of the same community as the Rivoire family, born to Creole people of color. He has been described as, quote, the leading black, by Jerry Honoré, as the leading black photographer of New Orleans in the first half of the 20th century. Jerry Honoré has further written that as a studio portrait photographer, Baidu's, quote, services were sought by the high society of the city, both white and colored. He took hundreds of baby and childhood portraits and captured scores of children dressed for their first communions and confirmations. Next slide. It is just such a childhood portrait that we find next, chronologically, amongst the photographs of the Rivoire sisters. Dolores, born last, was the sister photographed most frequently. In the first portrait of her, taken in the early 1920s when she was about 7, okay, ooh, we're gonna go next, yes, okay. I'm skipping a few things for time's sake. In the first portrait of her taken in the early 1920s when she was about 7, we see her seated in Baidu's studio next to the characteristic portrait photographer's prop of a vase of flowers on a tall pedestal table. The prop gives a carefully composed vertical emphasis to the portrait. Dolores wears a dress adorned in lace that is demure and lavish at the same time. A gold locket hangs from a fine chain around her neck. In addition to the seated pose, Baidu produced a close-up, that is which you saw a moment ago, which is a remarkably sensitive portrait of a young Creole girl. Her dark, limpid eyes seem thoughtful and piercingly observant. Next slide. Oh, and this shows you the Baidu's mat, which has his name in script on the bottom, and that's how we were able to identify the photographer, because when we inherited these photos, they were in the original mats that Baidu supplied. Okay, next slide. Not long after this, around 1924, we see Yvonne, my grandmother, about 20 years old, dressed as the embodiment of fashionable youth, a dark short dress of straight silhouette with a dropped, flounced waist, bateau neckline, and cuffs trimmed in white satin, a variation of the little black dress introduced by French designer Coco Chanel at this time. Her silk hose, satin shoes, and small embroidered or metal mesh handbag draped with a lace-trimmed silk handkerchief are the characteristic sartorial signs of the flapper, that representative of the female youth craze of the 1920s, focused on dancing to jazz music and overall rebellion towards traditional modes and mores. The newly liberated woman of the early 20th century. Her hairstyle is a variation on the, quote, wind-blown bob, highly fashionable at this time. She is posed standing to emphasize the straight line of her dress, but the gesture of her legs suggests that she is ready to go out and enjoy an evening of dancing and gaiety. Next slide. Oh, and here you see the mat. Next slide. Yeah. Around 1930, we see Yvonne, my grandmother, equally lovely and fashionable, but Beidou has captured an introspective quality to her expression. Her hair is styled in the Marcel waves, popular from the 1920s into the 1930s, named after their inventor, French hairstylist Marcel Gratteau. She wears a silk floral print dress with the more natural lines that came into fashion in the early 1930s. As we saw with Dolores, Beidou has produced a close-up, next slide, a close-up photo at the same sitting, revealing the details of the delicately flounced short sleeves, so suitable for New Orleans heat, and a fashionable necklace of agate or jade, or more likely glass to imitate those precious, semi-precious stones. Yvonne's face is captured in soft focus, while the sharp focus is reserved for the bouquet of roses, an echo of the pictorialist tradition of artistic photography, which emphasized depictions, quote, as beautifully rendered as any painter's canvas and as skillfully constructed as any graphic artist's composition. Beidou the pictorialist depicts my grandmother's beauty, but also her spiritual essence, slightly melancholy, ever contemplative. My mother recalled her mother as, quote, a saint, which I'm sure many of you have been told about your grandmother. And she was a devout Catholic who by the 1950s had developed a type of early onset memory loss that caused her to gently fade away. In this period, next slide, the early 1930s, Dolores was photographed for a second time in a portrait that appears to mark her high school graduation, one of those rites of passage for which Beidou was so often called upon to document. Dolores is seated with her diploma rolled up and resting on a small stack of books, presaging a career in middle school education. Again, dressed in white, again, trimmed with lace, again, demure, but now suggestive of young womanhood. Her white dress is accompanied by the appropriate white hose and shoes. She holds a lace-trimmed handkerchief, and the gold locket has been replaced with 3 strands of pearls that adorn her neck. Dolores's gaze is confident, even a bit haughty, perhaps reflecting an awareness of her noble origins or possibly boding a disdain she later had for her African origins. After first being photographed by Beidou, next slide, when she was around 7, we now find Yolande quite grown up, about 21 years old, around 1934, in a most striking portrait distinguished by her remarkable beauty and her exceptionally fashionable dress. Beidou has emphasized Yolande's angular elegance and wiry, nervous energy, lifelong characteristics, by posing her with her elbow and hands at sharp angles, displaying the dramatic white embroidery on the sleeve of her dark silk velvet dress. Her severely coiffured hair, almost boyish, was quite in among the most astute women who set the styles that others followed. Her forthright gaze and Mona Lisa smile, combined with the suggestion, oh, I know. Yeah, okay. Oh, next. Yes, no, back. Okay, this is Yolande. Okay, her forthright gaze and Mona Lisa smile, combined with the suggestion of defiance in the pose, combine to form an expression of elegant hauteur. The white background and complete absence of studio props are evidence of a new sense of aesthetic modernity in Beidou's work. This photograph is hand-signed in pencil by Beidou, suggesting that he considered it a portrayal of a particularly artistic nature. Next. And this is just about my last slide. As the daughters of a tailor and granddaughters of a dressmaker, the Revoil sisters had a familial disposition towards being well-dressed, but they were also modern young ladies who were keenly aware of the latest trends, as Beidou documented. Another display of fashionable dress appears in the final photograph by Arthur Beidou of Dolores, youngest daughter, first to sit for Beidou and last to be photographed by him. We see Dolores here in the second half of the 1930s, seated again in Beidou's studio in a setting of conservatively appointed elegance. She is similarly appointed in a dark silk dress with shoes to match, a fur-trimmed coat, and carefully chosen hat. Her expression is eager. She seems ready to travel, and indeed she did when she followed her sister Germaine to Texas, where in 1944 she married a handsome young blonde man from Ohio, never to return to New Orleans. After her marriage, she had infrequent interaction with her family and finally broke off all contact by the 1960s. By this time, Dolores was passing for white in a most serious way. After moving to Ohio, she told friends and neighbors that she was born in Texas and that she had no relatives. Following Yolande's death in 1992, we decided to try to reach out to Dolores, who we found was alive and apparently well in Ohio, although both her husband and only son were no longer alive. She rebuffed our efforts to contact her by mail. However, we persisted, and she finally relented when our mother simply picked up the phone and called her. After much negotiation, no photographs, no questions about her parents, etc., she agreed to meet us, and we traveled to Ohio for the encounter. The haughtiness of her youth, the lively character of her young womanhood, and the firm personality of a teacher were all present in the 90-year-old woman we met. Despite the frustration and even a bit of anger we felt towards her for rejecting her family and almost rejecting us, we were grateful that we had the opportunity to engage with this last surviving member of our grandmother's family. Dolores accepted us and we accepted her. Dolores passed away 2 years later, next slide, and a member of her church family thoughtfully sent us a lively studio portrait of her taken in the 1940s that we were happy to add to our collection. Because Yvonne and Yolande stayed in New Orleans, my mother, my brother, and myself were not by any means ignorant of our family's history. But the discovery of this cache of family photographs kept in a shoebox in my great-aunt's home in New Orleans led us on a genealogical journey from one discovery to the next that filled in the gaps in an already rich cultural picture. Documenting and recording family history can become a lifelong addiction, but one with the positive outcome of finding one's place geographically, historically, and in community. Thank you. So now, very quickly, very generously, Pat Scheck-Snyder has brought this remarkable sterling silver ladle, which is the subject of an article that she has written in the current journal. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this? Do we have a minute? I think she can tell you more about this than I can. One thing that I can say, I haven't read her article, but there was I've written quite a number of articles for Silver magazine, and there there were silversmiths active in New Orleans in the 19th century, and there are people who collect New Orleans silver, and maybe Jeremy does, but maybe you can tell us a little bit about this.
This is,
Take it out.
yeah, I'm going to take it out. This is one of the things in our family that has been around for a very long time. This belonged to my great-great-grandparents, who were from Point Capee in Louisiana, and this was in, my great-great-grandfather's name was Zenon Porsche, and well, you can't see this, but I have a photograph of him. He died in 1862, and this is the house where the Ladle lived. And this is the Porsche, it was the Porsche plantation, and it has changed hands, and it's now called the Labatut house. The Labatut family lives here. This was something I saw all my life at special occasions, Christmas, baptisms, first communions, confirmations, baby showers. My grandmother would always bring the ladle for the punch. So that's all how I accepted it. When my grandmother died, it was passed on to my mom. So same thing, she continued the same tradition. I acquired the ladle before my mom died, but not very long before. She had brought it to my house for some occasion and left it there. So anyway, so that's how I got it. So what did I have? In doing my genealogy, I knew the Porsche house because I knew Zenon Porsche had lived there. And so I had gone to Point Capee, excuse me, and Brian Costello, who many of you know, he had written a book on the Porsches in Point Capee Parish, which is used so much, it's kind of falling apart right now, and it's out of print, so we can't get any more copies, and the house is on the cover of his book. So because I knew that, I went to him to ask him about any way I could find out about the family, and I told him that I had a ladle and I had a suspicion that it came from Point Capee. Well, sure enough, he had asked me to bring it down there, and I did. And so based on his book, he had printed the entire succession of Zenon in here. So he named everything, and he named a silver service, 3 forks, 4 spoons, a couple of knives, and a silver ladle. So I really felt like we've got it now. So I took it into Brian, and when I showed it to him, I said, and you know, it's monogrammed. And it's monogrammed small, the letters are small. And so he said, that's it, that belonged to Zenon, because the monogram on the ladle is ZP, Zenon Porsche. So then I knew what I had. And I think my grandmother would be very proud, but it came from my grandfather's family. And I think she gave it to him. It wasn't anything that he inherited. She had given it to him. And my grandmother, as I said, used it, for all these different occasions. And but always referred to it as, coming from my grandfather's family, so that I knew that it didn't, come from her side. But it's, it was very striking for me. It was very emotional. I think Ingrid had gone with me a couple of times to talk to Brian, and he photographed it. He put black velvet and photographed it for their archives, because he said, do you want to donate it to our archives? And I said, no. Yeah.
Do you want to keep it?
Yes.
Silver is durable. You can actually use it.
I do.
Good.
I do use it.
Yeah.
Sparingly, but I do. So, but no, I do not want to sell it. I want to keep it in the family. It stayed in the family this long. So, you know what, I have 6 children, so surely this thing is going to stay in our family through someone. But, so that's the story about my ladle.
And Pat, mentioning family, her husband is here and 2 daughters, so girls, I think that's a message there. So. We have 2 more pieces. The people who brought the other 2, come up quickly.
It's one person. Who
Oh,
brought
one person. Would
2.
you come up quickly, and then the piece, yeah, come quickly, say something, and he's going to make a comment, and then we'll
This
bring
lovely
it to a
lady,
close.
who I'm sure some of you know, but I've just met. What's your name? Catherine Labat. She brought 2 metal items. She showed this to me. She said, I don't know what this is. I don't know what it's for. And I took one look at it. I said, that's a nutcracker in the shape of a walnut. It might be a pecan. I don't know. It looks like a walnut to me. Yeah. And this is something that you tell us, but what I want you to tell the audience about is the tradition in your family for which you use this bell.
I'm sorry, I'm just, the light is in my eyes.
Oh,
But the bell,
Well, come over this way.
okay,
There you go. Right there is fine.
the bell is a symbol of every time anyone does anything that's good in the family, the bell is rung. It's just a congratulations type of thing. That's all it is. And I want to tell Pat that I am wearing my grandmother's ring that is monogrammed, her wedding ring from 1926. My sister has my mother's wedding set, and my baby sister has my mother's high school ring from St. Mary's in 1947.
I went on, and we're running out of time, but I just want to let you know that I'm a member of LaCreole, so if anybody wants to get in touch, you can find me in the members section of LaCreole. And I'll be at the Autocrat Club later on if anybody has any questions or comments.